Transitioning. Okay. Hello, everybody. Not a live game tonight. I'm very sorry about that. If you're watching this on our YouTube channel, thank you so much for finding it and joining us on this adventure the evening after it happened, or so. My name is Xander. I'm also known as the Storm Meeple, and I am the Dungeon Master for this session. With me, I have a very adventurous party of 4 players tonight. Fifth player cannot join us, unfortunately, and our 6th player, I think, is still having difficulty. So they won't be joining us either. Going from left to right, one of the characters you'll see there is Charon, that is run by Kitten. She will not be joining us tonight, and I will be running Charon in her stead. Next, we have Bob.
Hello there, I am Bob. I also am playing, I am the person who's been playing Timus, the slime wizard with the cute little hat. You see the picture on the little screen. I'm a player, so this is going to be fun.
Awesome. Can we keep introducing ourselves? I need to run and grab my laptop cable. Just realized I'm not plugged in. Keep going from left to right, please. I'll be right back with you. 1 second.
The name is Nick, playing ZARRIEL, your divine soul sorcerer, blaster, and caster that will be assisting you in tonight's game. Onwards to...
This is KENARI. Otherwise... Nope, I did that wrong. Dang it, I did it backwards. Okay, I'm Lou. Luea. I can't English anymore. I'm Luea. I play KENARI. She's a Dragonborn Gloomstalker Ranger. Someone save me, please.
Okay, I am Casey. I will be playing William the Afflicted, the life cleric of the god Ilmator. Masked, mysterious, and of mystery.
Yes, that reminds me. Ilmator needs to be added to our list of deities, doesn't it? I have to put that on my new updated list. He's already there, but he's not in the main list. I need to add him onto that.
Yeah, okay. I think he said he's just like a lesser god.
Well, yeah, I mean he's
these parts.
Yeah, basically he is a god, but he's a more newly ascended one. So in this, he doesn't belong to the old pantheon, so to speak. From what I've designed for his interaction with the gods, kind of was a demi-deity who ascended sort of like from a position of sort of underling the full god as a result of the shattering.
Awesome.
Okay, so pretty much your god is one of the only intact gods out there. The others are all sort of like destroyed.
Nice.
Does that work for you?
Yep, perfectly fine.
Anyway, let me just quickly also say thank you very much for introducing yourselves, guys. It's great to have you again here this week. I want to quickly just go over and explain our Patreons. We and our Twitch supporters. We have our lovely Patreon supporters, Basis of Operations, also known as fantastic commission painter, and good old-time friend of the channel. Used to be one of our players, and he's still supporting us through there. We have Pluto. Plutonium OD, Gavin, who is, again, great guy, fantastic online presence. Probably see him everywhere on Twitter and on other social media platforms. Really good painter, and he's one of our Patreon supporters as well. We have Kevin, who is, again, another old friend of the channel. Fortunately, he had to leave this campaign due to his job requirements, and he couldn't stay with us every week. But if you're out there, Callum, listening in. Well, you won't be listening in tonight, but watching tomorrow. Thank you so much again, and please, we can't wait to have you back when time allows. And finally, Luea, thank you so much to one of our players for being one of our Patreon supporters.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We also have Gavin Plutonium OD as one of our Twitch subbers for 3 months running. Thank you, Plutonium. Thank you again. It's great that you always turn up and you always chat with us, and it really means a lot to us when we're playing to see your cheerful comments as I do my best to mutilate and destroy the players under my command. Well. And also to Sonic Boom 111, Sonic Boom 111, who is on his 3rd month of Twitch subscription as well. Thank you so much. And finally, of course, oh sorry, I've just been updated by Kitten to just remind me that, of course, our own very own Bob's on Patreon as well. Thank you, Bob. Sorry about that.
I was waiting for it, but I didn't hear.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've got my list here, and I was like, I'm like, I don't see Bob. Okay, I'll keep going. And then Kitten wrote me going, it's Patreon too. So thank you so much, Bob. Really, really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. It's always fun to be here.
And again, I'm coming to you again. Thank you so much for being a Twitch subber. I'm really glad you enjoyed your time here, and the support means a lot.
No problem.
Okay. Now that I've humiliated myself by missing one of our Patreons. But sorry, my cat is now attacking. Sorry, my cat is attacking pseudo flies. They don't exist, Kitten. Leave them alone. They don't exist. They're not real. Basically, think she sees things running around the room. She's charging around. Anyway. In our last session, guys, you arrived finally in the village of Barovia. Whereupon you were set upon by a horde of the undead. This state of affairs lasted for a short while. You managed to equip yourselves very well, I felt. Particularly our mincing KENARI, who basically buzzsawed a zombie into its component pieces in one round. Your Gravestalkers are not Gravestalkers. Gloomstalkers are scary, everyone. And did particularly well until about 2 rounds in, a presence made herself known, a shadowy figure upon the roof. A beautiful yet cruel looking woman of pale skin in bronzed and highly decorated armor. She sketched a bow to you, and the zombies were all prostrated before her, evaporated into, and left behind a pile of dissolving bones and flesh. You managed to recover. And you heard, as you did so, you heard a screaming, or rather, for help coming from a nearby building. You enter the building to find a young fire genasi clutching a pouch of ill-gotten gains to himself. By 2 shrieking spirits, they were chased off by the turn undead that Charon supplied, as well as by your own actions in dissipating the second. The spirits, and you made a new friend, Perrin Alcorthon, who introduced himself as a self-styled thief and a sort of a person who'd been stuck in the year. He basically he said he would be very happy to help guide you around Barovia, as long as he could, join you guys and enjoy the protection of your group. And that's when our lovely cleric outside, Charon, in his competitive mood, met up with a lovely old woman who was selling pastries from door to door, and Charon decided to buy them all and bring them into you, whereupon he dumped them on the floor and ended up making a good friend out of this old wandering baker. Yes, she's definitely favored. She's definitely. And then Kenari decided to eat a large amount of these pastries, 8, I believe it was. Eventually passing out after failing a con check. And also, Timus decided to eat 4 of them. Also, conking out, and both of them having to be dragged to bed. ZARRIEL, you didn't try one, but you did keep half of one, didn't you? You took half
Yes,
of one
I
and put it
did.
in a pouch. William, you were very careful. And ZARRIEL, was it you who set them on fire, or was it you, William?
It was me. I just didn't trust them at all.
Yeah, you didn't trust them. You decided to basically burn them into a mass of charcoal. And that's where we ended our last session. Our lovely players are asleep. One of them fell onto the floor and just curled up on the floor with her tail wrapped around her. The other one is a sort of slightly less congealed pile of goo on a bed. William, you are in the room with them, having just put them there. Charon is sort of standing in the middle of the room, looking a bit dazed. Perrin was sharing out his gains with ZARRIEL, basically giving you a few items. You for saving him, but keeping one for himself, a dagger which he put into his sash. And ZARRIEL, yes. So ZARRIEL is currently the only one sort of really with it in the main room with Perrin. William, you're in the room with Charon and Timus. Sorry, with Kenari and Timus, and Charon is sort of just standing there, sort of awaiting stimuli to react to.
I guess we're taking the first watch, Perrin.
Yep. Okay, so basically, yeah, we're doing a long rest here, guys. So we will need to have a watch. In order for you guys to get the benefits of a long rest, I would say that you most likely have to get at least 6 out of the 8 hours sleep. So if you want to have a watch for a 2-hour period, you, Perrin, will take one of the watches. Of course, Charon doesn't need to sleep. I can literally be just sitting there with his eyes open, just sitting there in a state of sort of almost meditation, 6 hours. So it's your choice. If you want Charon to like take the majority of the work, you can do that because he can literally just kneel down, and as long as he doesn't move or do anything for 6 hours, he gets the benefit of rest.
I'd like to take a watch. I wanna go check this place out, just in the near vicinity, just this house.
So
a whole bunch of rooms.
You take some sleep. Me and Perrin will take the first watch. Then you can go, and we can leave Charon the last one. Does that work with you?
Yep, got it.
Okay. So Perrin will also need sleep. He needs at least 6 hours, like you guys.
Yeah.
So.
I want to take the first watch and take Perrin with me as us both to take the watch and to leave Charon with practically 2 watches for 4 hours.
Okay, so basically, is one of you going to snooze while the other one's awake, like you're next to each other?
I actually wanted to talk to him on the watch.
Okay, so you can have the first 2 hours watch together.
Yeah.
Then Will can and then Charon can take over the next 4 hours. Then Will can, as long as Charon doesn't have to deal with anything, he gets the benefits of sleep.
Yeah.
And Will can then take the last 2 hours and he can walk around. Does that sound good?
What about with you, William? I'm okay with this.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, so Perrin and Thingy are there. Charon is going to settle down near you because he cannot move if he wants to get the benefit of the sleep.
Mm.
So he'll settle down. Where are you guys going to be in that hallway where you currently are?
Yeah, in front of the room.
Okay, so Cameron will settle down next to Perrin, and so that's actually let's bring Perrin over one more. That's now the pile is charred pile is there. Cameron will sort of settle down there, and so at least he can see the doorway more easily, and settle into his meditative rest. His eyes are open. His eyes are open, but the bluish glow that normally inhabits them is dimmed down to almost like almost a faint LED flicker. He is sort of kneeling in a Caesar position, as his hands rested on his knees, and for all intents and purposes, he is asleep until he takes over for watching.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I try to... I'm just asking if I can do it with a roll. Can I try to persuade Parent to let me look at the dagger, because I suppose I caught again.
Yeah. So I mean, so you're gonna ask him? Can I?
Yeah.
So he sort of like takes out of his sack, like, well, don't mind you have a look at it. I'd rather have it back. The reason I came here, I need a better weapon. You see, using this old twig, and he pulls out this old dagger, a bit rusted and pitted, and it really ain't cutting the mustard when it comes to dealing with some of the folks around here. I need something with a twinge of magic in its blood. I'm not quite sure what this does. So I heard was that the old man who owned this place, collection of artifacts, one of them was a dagger that he claimed was enchanted. Since the place is abandoned, I thought I'd make my way in here and, make proper use of the artifacts for my own personal use, you see.
Sounds good to me. I take the dagger in my hand and channel a little bit of
yeah, you can feel almost. You can feel a hint of magic. It's not very strong. It is definitely a minor enchantment that relies upon us. I think. Can you do an Arcana check for me? Just to see how much you're getting. Yeah, I mean, I think for 16, you could probably tell this magic, it requires a trigger of some kind to actually become activated. You can't, I mean, without using something like the Identify spell, you can't tell what form the magic takes. But you can tell it is magical, that it does require a sort of trigger, and it's a relatively minor enchantment.
So I will...
Because you will require attunement.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this thing will take some magic to make the connection, it seems. Do you know what what it does? Have you spent the time?
Yeah. Well, you see, I only just got my hands on it when those spirits came out. So I was hoping, while having a rest tonight, I could have a quick peek at it and really get into, take a proper look at it and see what it does. But I mean, if you don't mind, once we've done our duty, so to speak, I mean, I'm happy sitting up with you guys. It's nice to chat to someone who's living for a change, or rather, well, someone who's got a bit of personality. But I mean, literally, I just got my hands on it, and then those wailing widows came out shrieking at me.
Question to the DM. Actually, I will whisper that.
Watching. Oh, sorry. While I'm doing that, just reminding myself, I've got to give everybody Cardic Inspiration. Everybody who's not watching, watching for the first time, Card of Inspiration is where I give each player a card. They can use that card once per game to assist them in a particular role, such as an attack roll or an ability check. Okay, so let me deal that to everybody. Everybody gets one card, all players, including myself. I will, in this game, since we don't actually have any online watchers, I will be making the decision as to when to use the card again, which is slightly more evil this time around. Actually, no. You know what? Since we don't actually have the players, I will be using this one to help Perrin. Needs it in a more positive mode. So I don't think it's fair I use it for enemies without like some help from the audience.
Yeah,
So
I was just about to say that was probably a better
is anybody?
use.
This is Perrin's carding.
Is anybody else getting an error message on the cards?
I am.
The
I'm
broken
gonna reload
image.
the page and see if it fixes it. Yeah.
Oh no, I
will
can
do
see
that as
mine.
well.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload the page
just reload.
and see if it fixes.
Oh god, how do I whisper? I can never remember.
Nope, still broken image.
/W and then my name or the name of my character. Both will work.
Do a test first. No, didn't let me. I'm just going to quickly Discord message you. Okay?
Yeah.
I think that's probably better.
I just find that much easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know that to pull the trigger or something.
Well, you still have a whistle.
So I mean, all right. So yeah. So as I said, card of Inspiration is going to be Perrin in this round since there's no one to help him. I don't have an enemy to.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Putting our stream as enemies. I don't have a stream. Someone watching the stream to give me a hint as to when to use it.
Okay then. So I think ZARRIEL will just hold that rotate. Do you mind if I try to see what magic this blade holds tonight? Do you mind if I try to see the magic of this blade tonight?
Sorry, he looks at you and he's like, "Well, you know, I don't mind if you look at it, but I really do want to use it myself.
Fair point.
I don't really want to become linked to no one else, you know, because it's kind of like I really need it. I've given you some other stuff. It's just that this is one that I'd always earmark for myself. The others were just extra trinkets.
Fair
so
point.
if you don't mind, I'd rather keep it. But I'll tell you what, when I find out what it does, I'll happily tell you.
That suits me. That suits my needs. And he puts it in his hand.
Perfect. Thanks very much, mate, for understanding. I didn't expect like a posh bloke like you to be quite so reasonable about it. I thought we might have to have a bit of a negotiation. Thanks. I really do appreciate it.
I'm not as high up as you might think.
A cat of your robes is a bit more than most of me and my mates can afford.
Not only the ghosts hide the person, and he takes out a dagger and scrapes it across his cheek, and and as he does that, a lot of makeup just gets pushed back, and scars adopting the shapes of burning light are to find themselves around his mouth, and he starts.
You're one of the touch ones, eh? You got a. I mean, I don't know many, but there's one or two from when I used to run with my mates in Shanira. They had one of the guys had pitch black eyes. Yeah, and the other one, gave me the willies. Something about him was off. You know? He could read your thoughts or something.
Well,
You got a buddy somewhere looking out for you. This guy's been around. He knows a few people, particularly in lower places.
Continuing to remove off his makeup, and I'm not sure if I should. No, I'm not putting any other token. So what his face looks like under that is old, really visible scars around his eye and around his mouth that look like from both of them just flames have been trying to burn him from the inside out.
Cool. At least my fire's a bit more, ornamental, so to speak. His hair's flaming as you're looking at him.
Oh, you got the better end of the stick, and that I think will be our watch.
Okay. So I need to roll a d20. Sorry, I just need to roll a d20 quickly. All right. Yeah. It's so it's relatively uneventful. You've had a nice chat with Perrin. You've shown him a little bit about sort of who you are beyond the clothing. And he seems to he doesn't quite understand, because it's not really his area. Magic is not really his area, despite being someone who can perform a few minor magical feats, but that's all innate. It's not really academic. And so he understands, and he formed a slightly closer bond with him, particularly since you let him keep the dagger, which is something that he was more concerned with. So you seem he's sort of warmed up to you a bit more now.
Okay.
So Perrin and ZARRIEL, the 2 hours pass. The time. Are you going to bunk down there, or are you going to try and find one of the beds? Because if you do bunk down, then I have to see whether you actually like on the floor without a pack or something. Then we have to see whether you actually gain proper benefits. Otherwise, you might get.
I would say that ZARRIEL would simply try to make himself as comfortable on his backpack as possible. Poop the clothing and just try to get some sleep there. I won't move.
All right. So you can have your long rest. If you don't forget with the long rest, you gain all your hit points back, and you get if you have any hit dice, equal to half your total number back. Also, yeah. So I would say that with maybe you pad out a few clothes, grab maybe a blanket from another room to lay on the floor. You can gain the benefit of a long rest without having to worry.
Okay.
The circumstance. Perrin, he's got a proper backpack. He's within one of the other rooms. He basically, when he came in, he grabs it and he pulls out almost like a bedroll, rolls it out on the floor. He's a little candle that he lights next to it. And he's sort of he's got this, and as he pulls up in the pack, this rather weird, ragged purple mass of just like what looks like stuffing with a few patches of sort of almost like cloth covering it, sort of falls out, and sort of red-faced, he kind of stuff. Oh, now I've got that. Oh, now I've got that. And see, I didn't need that since I was a kid. Yeah. By mistake, I say. Puts it away. Curls up into his bedroll, not looking at you. Out of sheer embarrassment. William, if you're taking over the watch now, so ZARRIEL did probably not mean to control, but basically you would have walked in, said it's your turn, and put him up.
Okay.
Sorry. We said that on the next score, didn't we? And then you're going to take the last two. So I need to do two rolls quickly. Caron is just going to be sitting there and to see whether anything happens under his watch. No, the first 2 hours are uneventful. And so the next 4 hours are again relatively uneventful. Charon sort of keeps a vague eye out on things. It's kind of like to imagine while like most of his programming shut down, selfish shutdown, he literally has like almost like a black and white outline of the room that's just like constantly scanning back and forth in front of his vision. He notices a few minor disturbances, maybe some rats, maybe a small ghostly howl from outside, but that's it. It's not anything that indicates someone is trying. After the 6 hours passed, the 4 hours have passed. Aaron very gently sort of gets himself up, goes over to you, William, and nudges you awake with the sort of the buttered mother, and sort of says, comes up to you, it's your turn. I'll take your place here and keep an eye on the sleeping ones. And sort of will sit down.
Okay.
Where you were
for the first 10 minutes. For the first 10 minutes of my watch, I just want to quickly check over sedated ones and see if they're okay.
do a medicine check if you want to. See what you can see, medically speaking.
Just a little clarification. Timus would be still snoring that cute little me way every time a little like vibrate like gelatin almost like a wiggly jelly.
Yeah. What does KENARI look like when she's sleeping as well? I want to know that as well.
I'm also
curious. I'm debating on if I actually want to. Yeah, so she would probably do a little bit of sleep talking.
Okay. Just to clarify, I just want to let you know before you do that, the dreams that you're having are pleasant.
Oh no, I knew that. My other thing was like, it's not in her usual voice.
Oh goodness. Okay, go on then.
So like her sleep talking isn't that accented voice. It's more of a don't eat the bear's food.
Just putting the music back on. Sorry, don't eat the bears.
don't eat the bear's food.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's you see well, you don't see, but he'll chuckle a little bit beneath his mask. But if they're breathing all right and everything, he'll
everything they seem to be perfectly fine. They're just asleep, and even when you sort of tap them or try to move them, maybe just to see how they're doing, maybe test their reflexes, etc., they don't react to you at all. But they're so fast asleep they are not reacting to you.
I'm curious to see what Timus is dreaming. I'm still thinking about what
kind of a medically stated coma,
Yeah.
Got it. All right. On my watch, I went to kind of check out the first floor of this place, see if there's anything useful or if anything lurking.
Right.
I will.
Before you do that, I would like you to roll a d20 instead of me because I've been rolling it. I want you to roll d20. See how, if anything eventful happens in your watch. That way, I can't get blamed for a roll. So at the beginning of your watch, everything seems to be fine. You basically take over a very peaceful. As peaceful as a house in Barovia can be. It's pretty cold in the house. I mean, it's solidly built, but for some reason, there still seems to be a chill in the air. Maybe it's a leftover remnant of the spirit's presence from before. But it's relatively cool. And the rooms, despite being in disarray and in sort of poor state of repair, still show a level of robustness that's a bit unusual for such for a building that shows such a high level of abandonment.
Okay, and I would have just ritual cast detect magic, just to see if I pick up anything while I'm doing my walkabout.
Okay. While you're walking around, you see at Perrin's side there is a flare of magic. You see it seems to be necrotic in nature.
Okay.
You also see that there is a. You also notice that which item did you take from Perrin? Was it the belt
Ooh, I
with the
think it
lion's
might-
head?
How about that? I wrote it down. Belt of the Lion Tamer.
Yeah. So you're the belt
Advantage on
glares
con.
with magic. As
Okay.
does ZARRIEL. As does there's you can see almost like a faint glimmer of magic coming from Charon's position in the other room.
Okay. I
Technically,
did say
also
I'd take that, but
sorry.
I'm not sure I'll keep it. I'll see if the passed out people would like to have a go at it as well, because I just don't want
Also,
to take it while they're
It is
sleeping.
one of your attuned items, though. Sorry, no, it's not attuned. It doesn't require attunement.
got
It's
it.
too minor.
Sorry. I
Got
should
it.
mention that Timus also has has the Pot of Awakening, which is a magic item
That
in
is
his
true.
body.
So Timus
And he
glows with a
himself
sort
is
of
an elemental, yeah.
so like as if it was in someone's pack. So Timus
Yeah.
himself is a being of magic, so he glows with sort of an effervescence of sort of an element of elemental origin. You also see within him a sort of a brighter spark that some sort of tree
And the hat.
or plant. It looks like the potentiality is there for some sort of natural form.
Also, don't forget his hat.
Okay,
His hat is magical, too.
Sorry.
Got it.
Oh yes,
Sorry.
and Lupin Kroop's hat, which I believe Karen has. That's all Lupin. That's what Karen has. The Lupin Kroop.
I'm sorry.
There we go. Done. Sorry. But other than those things, it seems that the rest of the manor is bereft of magical presence.
Is there a basement or second floor? I'm not going to check it out just so we know in the future.
There is a basement. I mean, by looking down into it, you can see it's just like a small abandoned storage room. There doesn't seem to be anything down there except for a few dusty barrels. Probably function as a larder or something to keep food cold. It just appears to be, just a small room underneath the building. There isn't a second floor to the house. It's a single floor. You do notice that as you walk around, find two other master bedrooms.
Okay.
The bedrooms of which appear to be quite baroque in nature. There's the decoration is very basic but well made. There's a lot of wood carving into natural patterns. You can see a number of designs seem to have been worked into the woodwork above the beds. These include the symbols of several gods that they look like very similar to some of the gods that you know, but a little bit distorted. Maybe not quite the same or changed through time. So you can see, for example, of the master bed, the master bedroom bed, which is up here. You can see that there's been sort of carved into it symbol of an open palm, which is that of the Seraph. That of Seraph, the mother goddess, or as you can see in this case, it seems to be an open palm with a sun, like rays of sunlight coming out behind it. This is and as you did your religion check before, would know that this is probably an older form of before Seraph adopted her female guise, when she was known as the Morning Lord. Other than that, it's very basic. There's not a lot really here. Seems like it's been cleaned out by a young thief.
All right, then I will just head back and station up right here and finish out my watch.
Okay. All right. So in about in exactly 2 hours. Now I'm just going to. Can you roll d20 for me one more time? Okay. Wow. Okay. You're very good at rolling d20s. All right. So again, it's very it seems very, very normal. Doesn't seem to be very the actions that you took earlier in the evening by attacking those spirits seem to have driven off most malevolent presences. You do notice. Let me see if there's. You notice that as you awaken, so as you sort of head back to start awaking up the rest of the party, that seem to be 2 small spectral glows near Perrin's location. They're not fully developed. They're just to be like a small sort of spiritual effervescence.
All right, and now's about the time. Then we're all supposed to be getting up, or is there another watch after me?
No, there is no other watch. KENARI, you suddenly jolt awake. Your 8 hours has passed. You wake up and you feel very refreshed. You are feeling you realize you had such wonderfully dreams. They're so realistic, so wonderful. You wake up and you feel like you just feel jubilant for the first time in a very long time. Like you're happy to be awake and you're happy to be where you are. Same with you, Timmers. You up and start to wake up. At first, the first thing you feel is just this feeling of absolute peace and calm. You had the most wonderful dreams. You, Melamon, the rest of your family were all together. Even those who are no longer with you. You spent the night debating philosophy with your great grandfather. You just had an absolute whale of a time, and Melamon was well behaved the entire time, and even asked some intelligent questions. I mean, this to you has been just an absolute dream.
Oh, well, that was a lovely sleep. Oh, that was lovely. So, how's everyone doing today? Tim was just sort of hops off the bed and makes his way over towards the group. So, like a beaming smile on his face.
Well, about as well as we can in this cursed place.
Carol gets up and just walks out.
Still stuck.
Yeah. Well, let's.
Would I notice these 2 spectral? Yeah. Would I notice these 2 spectral orbs?
Yeah, they're not hiding. They just seem to be sort of like hovering near Perrin's head.
All right. Is that? Would I know those to be the ghosts that we destroyed?
Well, roll roll an insight check for me. Okay, with a 10, I mean, you can tell that the ghosts don't appear to be, or these spiritual forms don't appear to be malevolent in any way. They just seem to be hovering around Perrin like they're interested in him.
Okay, then I will wake him up and point out the spectral
bloody
form.
hell! I thought I told you to move on. He looks over at you guys. Sorry. Them 2, they won't. Well, I'm pretty much all that's left of their contacts, you see. So they won't leave me. Well, they were supposed to leave me after I did what they wanted.
They're spirits?
Yeah. Well, when I first arrived here, it wasn't by normal means, so to speak. I got here, and there was myself and a few other people who arrived almost at the same time. I wasn't alone at the beginning.
At least you had friends.
Okay.
Well, no, not friends. They're just people that seem to have arrived on the same route as. See, we arrived, and there was this house. See, these 2 children outside it. They are invited. They told us there was something in the house, and that we weren't monsters. They told us to go in, and well, one thing led to another, and I'm all that's left, really. But it wasn't their fault, and since everyone left, they were supposed to move on.
Well, we have somebody for that. I go get Karen and.
Sorry, I'm
And,
laughing at what ZARRIEL said to me.
Let's see if he has any.
By the way, has anyone actually have any more of those pies? I got a really dream last night because of them. I feel because it was like a really. They feel like they gave me good vibes, like really good vibes. And they're really tasty
pies.
too.
Really
good. Oh, we don't have any more. Oh, that's a shame.
I actually need you to take some con checks. Actually, Timmers, I need you to roll. I need you to roll me a con save, and you too, Kenari.
Okay, one more con save. Okay. Do no advantage, just normal.
No, just normal.
Just normal. Okay, 22 for me.
Okay, Timmers. You really enjoyed those pies, but it's you can sort of you feel happy enough to continue, but Kenari, despite waking up feeling really really happy, slowly as you sort of you're getting up and you're getting ready, you really start to crave just another one of those pastries. It's really, really, it's a hankering.
It's a craving.
Okay. She's not really gonna say anything, but got it. She's just going to instinctually start sniffing, the air, to see if she can smell if there's any more nearby.
Okay. You find you do find a charred mass on the carpet that's vaguely of the pastries.
Okay.
And charcoal.
She is going to lower it down. What do you say this hankering is?
It's really bad. Yeah, it's really, really bad at this point. You really, really fancy one of these pastries again.
Okay. She is going to touch it with a finger and then hold it and then sniff her finger and then lick it. Does it just taste like ash?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not it.
This is charcoal charbroiled.
Yeah, okay, so then she's gonna keep sniffing because I'm sure she still smells one.
Yeah, can you do a little check for me, please?
Yeah.
I want you to do a perception check. I'll do a perception check.
I'm sorry.
We're in this room, but you just cannot figure out where it is.
Okay, she's gonna be.
Smell it and it's driving you mad.
She's gonna be walking all over the house, things up, sniffing, putting them down. She's like.
Yeah.
She's here. She's here. She's over here now. She sniffs down that way. Nope, that's too cold. This way, gets closer, but no, it's somewhere in this room. She figures out, but she can't figure out where specifically.
So here's the effect upon you, Kenari. Okay, listen up. Until you have eaten another one of these pastries, you have disadvantage on all skill checks.
Oh,
all right.
No.
She has
level
become
exhaustion.
an addict.
Practically level of exhaustion, not that bad.
Don't do drugs.
For how long?
I mean, different system for the pies as normal. So this is my own little system. Yeah. So until unfortunately you can eat one of these pies, you are at disadvantage.
Okay.
I will require you to take another con check tomorrow. Or
out of curiosity, did you like walk all over the room? Because Timus would probably just be following you, just out of like, hey, what you doing? Hey, what you doing? Just,
Yeah.
like, as a like, sort of like
And
a
like
hey, listen.
if you started to get annoying and interfering with the search, she would have like whacked him, not like hard, but like
Boop.
kind of like with a like a foam noodle whack with her tail to like push him out of the like. It's more of like he's a little round ball, and she would have like just tried to like roll him away from her because he would be getting annoying.
Yeah, because I am essentially the pixie sprite thing from Zelda. Hey, listen, hey, listen. Except with Timus's voice.
So yeah.
Oh man, goddamn.
So you just see Timus following her, and occasionally, like, you see him get rolled away by her tail and then bounce right back.
And, like, literally, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be great.
Dragonborn sniffing for food.
And the annoying child behind it. Oh god.
So, KENARI is looking very agitated at this point. And
Twitchy.
you all notice that she is she's invading your personal space as she's sort of sniffing around the house. Erin is very put out by this. So you're intimidating, KENARI. You're a very big dragon boy. So he sort of like leans back away from you as you get close to him. So
okay, she's like sniffing all, like, nope, that's not it. And so so essentially like sniffing down each of the party members and like getting really up in their face. It's like a dog that knows you have food.
Food.
Does she catch the one on me?
oh,
Do I have
she
to
failed
roll
the
again?
perception check.
Yeah, so I don't. It probably smells the strongest on you, but she gets really close to you and like sniffs you and is like, okay, this is close, but like she pushes you out of the way to see if you're like standing on it.
Would I know if Lesser Restoration would cure her of this ailment?
Well, you don't know what the ailment is. You know,
Yeah.
she hasn't expressed it to you.
Okay, so she just acted
Yeah.
strangely. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
she's just acting like she's looking for something.
She's acting
sniffing for it.
agitated. She's looking around. She's pushing people out the way. She's sniffing the floor. She's sniffing you.
Timus is acting especially obnoxious today, in a different way than he normally is. So
I will say it escalates to a point where if Timus is still around her, it goes from like soft rolling him away to an actual like baseball bat style slap across the room with her tail, which is the tip is carpet.
okay, is this going to be an attack roll, or is this going to be like, because Timus is right now, he would picture any form of this like in the same like play fighting. Are we doing this? Let's go.
That's where you want to go with it. If that's how he interprets
if that's how you would that is how he interpret. He is baby at the moment.
All right, DM, you get to weigh the say. Can she slap him across the room?
You can swap him. I would say it counts as an unarmed strike.
Okay.
And what's your strength modifier?
Her strength modifier is it's 0. We switched some stuff around, so it's
okay. So
not as strong.
it literally just
does
does 1
no
point of
damage.
damage. It does 1 point of damage. 1 is the minimum you can do.
Oh yeah, that's right. It does. Yeah, thank you.
Do 1 point of damage to Timus.
Okay.
Timus and I'm not. I mean, with that like level of strength benefit modifier. Roll an an athletics check just to see how well the swipe hits him. You can roll it. Are you trying to actively dodge, or are you like enjoying this game?
No.
Okay, but I get disadvantage on this.
Yeah, you get disadvantage. You're too distracted. So a 5 and a
Oh no, that was my last roll. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought it did it double for some reason.
15. So it'll be a 5. So yeah, you smack him. He sort of just rolls gently along the carpet, giggling to himself. You take 1 point of damage. Timus.
Again.
Yeah, basically, you take 1 point of damage. Everyone's staring at you two.
I'll say if that he comes back, she's definitely gonna because she keeps interrupting her search, and she's just growing more irritated. She wants one of those freaking pastries.
Oh, boy.
Zariel looks over at you. I'm sorry, Zariel. Perrin looks over at you, Zariel, and you, William? He goes, "Is this normal?"
I've been meaning to asking her a few questions for a while now, but a few teleportation circles have gotten in my way. Note this. Actually, yes, I could consider this normal.
Well, right then. And you, me old masked fella?
It's kind of strange. Maybe she's just hungry. And I'll use my magic initiate to cast my good berries charge, and I'll each of the people.
Okay.
If you want to eat it now, or if you want to save it.
I love good berries.
KENARI, it's not what you're looking for. You smell it, but it's not what you're looking for.
It's not the thing.
Yeah, it's the dog I put in chat.
Yeah.
You see the lips curl back up in like a growl of like, no, that's not what I'm looking for. And then she goes back to sniffing. She's just doing loops. She's literally just doing loops of sniffing around this main room now.
Yeah.
Right. Well, do you want me to? Are we sticking around here, or are we gonna be? What? I can take you anywhere you want. I mean, you just got to tell me what you're looking for.
Well, you checked out this place. Is that second floor? Is it checked out?
Well, there is no second floor.
Okay.
It's all first floor. Well, that's why I picked it. I didn't want anything upstairs coming down to scare me in mid search. I thought so. I heard drinking. I've kind of thinking I might make this my base while I was here. It's a good house, solid. But I mean, if you want something more, there's we could go talk to I don't know. We could go to the inn, or we could possibly go and see if we can meet up with the Burgermeister.
You just hear
his kids.
We need to meet with the Burgermeister.
KENARI has to go back and is sniffing up on Perrin as he's talking.
And this makes me feel very uncomfortable, but all right.
She moves away. Sorry, continue, Casey.
I fill Perrin in on our mission.
Oh,
we were
I don't know how the Burgermeister could have written to you. He's been dead for about 2 weeks.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Okay, well, okay, no, that doesn't sound great. Okay.
I mean, but you know what? If you want to get the down low, I mean, I'm a second-hand source, me. But we could go and talk to his kids. They're still around.
Kid?
Yeah, I think that's the best.
No, I don't think anyone's your age, young mate. You're a slime, aren't you? You live for centuries.
Right. I keep on forgetting that.
Well, all right. Is he all right? It's like, looking at you, he's like, as if he's about to poke you with his foot to see how you react. It's like, is he okay?
The poke me in the foot.
Weird.
I'm guessing these pastries had some sort of effect on them both. They're acting strange.
KENARI is gonna, after getting completely frustrated, just gonna stand in the middle of the room and thunking her tail against the floor, and just looks back at the group and is just like, "Do any of you have any more of those pastries? I keep smelling one, but I can't find it."
They were burned, so you're probably just smelling the residual in the air.
Why
But no,
did you
there's
burn them?
No more of those pastries.
She,
It
like,
seemed to have
walks over.
Seemed to have a strange pull in. It did make you pass out for 8 hours, so
So what?
didn't trust them.
Yeah, I felt great.
And-
It was pretty nice.
Do you have any more left? She's very angry.
Zaro taps her shoulder.
Uh,
Only if you cooperate.
all burned.
Let's go.
Oh,
Sarah really trying to lie to her.
No, I'm saying only if you cooperate. It's I'm as honest.
Oh, okay. In that
no.
case,
That's what's gonna do.
Kenari,
Yeah?
roll a wisdom saving throw to see how you restrain yourself after hearing that.
Okay.
Actually, he wouldn't want to. He would want to keep it for Timos to identify. That everybody know what this is because he has no idea. So he's basically
You
trying.
shouldn't have said that then. You
Trying to
shouldn't
use
have
the
let him
range,
have it.
basically. He's
I know
trying.
you basically just indicated to Kenari that there might be a possibility of her having another pastry. So
And
I want
you
wisdom
might
saving
know where
throw
it
for
is. And that you might know where it is.
Kenari.
They have disadvantage.
We may
So
run.
yep, disadvantage.
I think what he means is we may run into that that hag again.
Your level. How many pastries did you eat? You ate 8 pastries.
I had
No,
8.
that's a fail. Kenari, you have heard the words pastry later, and also the fact that Zariel seems to know about where we might, and you have, even though he didn't indicate it, it was sort of like, that he promised the possibility of pastries later. Later is not what you want. Now is what you want.
Oh god, no.
Okay.
Well, we may run into that hag later on. And
We have no idea what zombies might there be. Timos, is there any armor in your small form?
Pardon? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, I'm a little preoccupied as he's like
She's
eating.
gonna lean into you, She's gonna lean into Zarya and
Okay, so Zariel, so you're still in the bedroom at the moment, so Zariel's out here.
now. Oh, well, I said she was walking around, so
Okay,
like
that's
she probably.
fine.
I just didn't move my token. Sorry, that was my bad. But like, she's gonna lean in, like in close, and start sniffing. Can I have her roll another perception
Yeah,
check?
go on, but it is still with disadvantage.
Yeah, obviously, but like.
As that's happening, Zariel will be twin casting Mage Armor on himself and
no.
Timos, so they both be protected outcome because zombies will try to get them.
But
That-
don't
that
worry,
would
Kenari
not-
has failed. Although she was going to pass, she failed with the first one. She got 6.
Oh god.
Kenari, the indication that pastry is nearby or may be found soon is not enough to. I mean, you're so distracted, even though you're focusing on Zariel. You lean in to sniff him, but like literally the scent of the pastries lingers in the entire house. Because they're burned. Even then, they were burned, and like the smell is of the charcoal pastries is now. It's causing like almost like a fog around your senses.
Okay.
So Zariel has indicated there's a pastry, but you don't know if one's on him.
okay, now would William understand that she's being affected by these?
I think.
And would I then
It just seems to
know
be-
if lesser restoration would help her out?
That's
just
completely up to you.
says
It
touch
says
creature
it's
in
either
either
poison-
one condition
Paralyzation.
or disease.
Okay, it's. I don't know.
Technically, it's not a disease, so I can't.
It's a sort of a mental connection. I will say I will let Kenari take another con check if you do it on her to see whether she can resist them further. I will also
Okay.
give her. I will also take away her disadvantage on that roll.
All right,
Like if you use it, it will. You can help sort of do it. She did eat 8 pastries though, but that's a lot.
She forgot
Con,
All right,
inspiration
then,
last time.
say the con she has to beat is at least a 15.
Sorry, guys.
I'm gonna help her out. I will cast.
Oh no,
She,
she ate 8, didn't she? It'd be 18.
You have Cardic Lua. Remember to use it. I told you last time.
I know, I forgot. And I didn't think it was gonna be this. I was like, oh, it's just gonna be like a con save to see if maybe it's like secret exhaustion.
It's basically exhaustion.
It is
All right,
super exhaustion.
Kenari.
Kenari, you feel a surge of strength.
All right, I'm gonna try to help you out a little
Your
bit.
being. So you can take a con check. No disadvantage this time, just a straight roll. Kenari, you are still really craving those pastries.
I'll use my Cardic.
You're gonna use your Cardic? Okay, all right, fine. I'll let you do it. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that before you said you were gonna use Cardic.
Y'all are
By the
so lucky my
by-
Cardic was...
Okay,
Yes.
Kenari, you the wave of strength that passes through you allows you to just beat back the desire for those pastries, at least for now.
I'm just curious. Is there any form of like food, or is like any like is there on our fiery friend's hand? Is he holding his dagger? Whose has the dagger currently?
Him.
That would be him. He's got it in his sash.
Okay. Is it visible?
It is visible, yes.
Ooh, shiny. Tim's just gonna sort of like take a tendril and sort of pluck the dagger from.
No. Okay, so Perrin takes a step back away from you.
Oh, come
I would say-
on! I just want to see it.
Look, mate. I had to go through hell to get this. You can have a look at it at a time, but right now, I think you need to calm down a little bit, right?
Let's see what it does. And he starts like waving his tendrils like a kid when he's waving his hands, like shaking his hands.
It's quite simple. Look, last night I had a chance to look at it. It's a magical blade, right? And what it does is, if I can, if I kill something, if I kill something, then I can take a bit of its strength from itself.
Ooh, cool.
Basically, what lands a killing blow.
Mm-hmm.
If he lands a killing blow in a fight, then he gets 1d6 HP back.
HP,
Yeah, it's a liquid life stealing
Yeah.
dagger.
Yeah.
HP or that's temporary.
It'd be
No, it is not temporary. This
It
is
is-
just
it is-
basically a life sucking dagger. It can, but it can't take him above his. It can't take him above his maximum.
Yeah, it's just like it's a D10 of healing.
It's a D6 in this case.
D6. Okay.
It's not as powerful as D10.
Okay.
But again, only it's very circumstantial. Only if he can land a killing blow.
True. Timmons will just sort of pout. Is there any other new magical items in Visage that I can like look at? Any new items? in
William's
general? Not-
belt.
Yeah, I'm wearing a belt with a lion on it.
Karen's hat, which he's not wearing. It's in his bag, so he wouldn't actually.
Ooh, another shiny. Oh, okay. May I? He starts to like reach for the belt, slowly, not stopping unless you stop him.
Yes,
You stop him?
I will kind of back up. Yeah, I thought that'd be a discussion. We did find this belt. Figured who could get the best out of it should have it. It gives you an advantage on a con save once a day.
Well, you don't know that. It makes you slightly tougher once per day. You can call upon it to toughen yourself.
Yeah. Phrasing.
Your magic is most reliant on your physical capabilities as well as your mental capabilities, being able to continually be able to invoke your magic once you're in a fight. I think it's best suited for you, my friend.
Me? No,
William.
I can't even wear a belt. I don't think.
Uh,
That'd be pretty cool, though.
Zariel points to William. I was talking about Will.
Yeah, you can help me keep up my. You can help me keep up my bless and my shield of faith.
That makes more sense. I'm sorry, I was confused. No one pointed, so I was really confused.
Okay.
Anyways, let's go have an adventure. I'm gonna go outside. He starts walking towards the door.
Yeah, right. That sounds like a plan. Do you have any idea what you want to do?
Let's
I'm going to go find more pastries. And she's gonna, like, follow Timus out.
Okay, I'll bring us out into the main city of Barovia.
And
Is it
talk
we
to
want
the
to do anything else
Burgermeister's
before we leave?
kin. I'm good here.
I just want to. Bob, did you add +3 for mage armor?
Yeah, I already set that up in my thing.
Nice. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
And just in terms of Timus actually doing something, I would like to before we leave, the actual house. Timus is going to stop and is like, "Wait, I have a great idea," and he is going to quickly ritual cast Unseen Servant and have the Unseen Servant carry him.
Okay, so you're
just
outside the house, and it's been about 10 minutes. Okay, when Timus finally leaves the building, you're all sort of standing in the courtyard. It's empty. It's an overcast day. There's a light drizzle in the air. No sign of the zombies from yesterday, but again, like before, the streets are relatively deserted. One or two individuals seem to be passing by from place to place. They are quite morose looking, long, dark, lank hair. Pretty much all of them human. Who seem to have maybe a little bit of ancestry from another race, but really pretty much all human. And they don't look at you as they walk past. Some of them seem to be more lively than others. Some of them have very dull, blank eyes. The others who seem more alert seem to look at you and then shy away from you. Some of them look shocked, particularly at you, KENARI, and also at Perrin, and make sure to, once they see you, to put their eyes down and scurry on to their destination. Clothing is very drab, very utilitarian, old-fashioned, very old-fashioned cuts and designs. You haven't seen anything like this through books.
She looks over at KENARI looks over at Perrin and is just kind of like, I feel like I get that look everywhere.
Yeah, well, me too. But it's stranger here. At least in the other cities, there's a couple. There's a variety of different races and peoples. Here, it's really strange. It's like pretty much 99% human. I mean, not even many of those of us with other ancestry, like myself.
That is very odd.
It is. I mean, Barovia only disappeared, what, 400 years ago? From what I remember from my classes? It shouldn't be this, mono species, should it?
I wouldn't know. I didn't have a formal education.
Well,
I did.
Really. But, hey, well, you got a scholar, right, scholar? What do you think? Strange, eh?
KENARI's gonna go back to sniffing the air for the pastries.
It is a bit weird that that there's like a bunch of it's 90% human, but at the same time, Barovia disappeared a really, really long time ago. In the sense of what was the actual information I got from it last time, real quick? Don't overshare the mixed information I got.
Yeah, so you know that it was an ancient kingdom. You know that it had a very powerful ruling family. You know that it was relatively isolationist even before it became before it disappeared. You didn't hear any like terrible tales of xenophobia or anything, but you did hear that there was that they had their very strict rules and they did things in their particular manner. They didn't have a lot of settlements. The ruling family was very powerful. Ruled the place with a bit of an iron fist, and they had their own order of knights. They used to protect cities and places under their watch. They never engaged in any trade actions that you're aware of. The only reason that you know about it really is because Barovia did used to have like an ambassador at each of the different cities who really, once they disappeared, that's all that was left. Their old ambassadorial residence is pretty much all that was left to inform the different nations what Barovia was like.
Yeah. So in that case, Timus would continue on and say, "Well, I know it's been gone for over, like hundreds of years, but even before it left, even before it disappeared, it was very closed off location. They didn't really do trade. They didn't do any real mingling with other races. Really, it was very similar to how it is now, but I think a lot less drag and unhappy and sad." And he sort of looks around, and then they just sort of like, "What do I know? I'm just a little slime boy."
Kenari, can you roll a perception check for me, please?
Yep.
You don't have disadvantage anymore because you're focused. Okay. You're listening around. You're sniffing the air.
She's listening, but also like she is out. She is trying to figure out where these things are. She's not like obsessively looking like she was in the house, but it's still very much like a. Yeah.
Okay. From where you're standing, anything to do with pastries, you know that you don't even really know where Karen got them from. Because he was the one that brought them in. So like you don't even you know that he brought them in and put them on the carpet. That's really all you know. You also heard him talk to an old lady, but that's about it.
Okay, she's gonna like. Are we walking anywhere? Are we standing in front of the house? Like
at the moment, we're currently standing in front of the house here, and actually, I'm going to put on houses, so it's
okay. So I don't send at all.
I was going to ask Perrin if you could tell us about the town, like maybe what these buildings are that are marked.
No, you mean the buildings that are just slightly more ornate and interesting than the others? Not that are marked. I'm just using a map.
I figure they're just like I figure they're just items of importance.
Okay, so what you basically ask Perrin, is there anywhere like interesting we should go around here?
Ooh, I love interesting.
Yeah.
He goes, well, let me think. I mean, it's pretty awful here. Even if you do, even if you don't really care about that sort of thing. But let's have a look. Let's think. Well, you could there's the mercantile building. It's the only one that's left open. It's owned by old Bildrath. He's a sorry. If you want anything, be prepared to pay through the nose because he does not do cheap. He knows that he's got no competition. See. And everything there's about 10 times more expensive than you'd have found back in Shanira.
Sorry, what did he do? I was not paying attention.
Well, I'll tell you what. You let your mates catch you up, all right? I'm going to continue quickly.
Okay. Give you a thumbs up.
But yeah, basically, old Bildrath, he's a sorry sod. I don't have any respect for him. Tried to steal from him once, got my head nearly kicked in by his. He's got a boy that works there. I think his old family. Name's Parawimple, and he's huge. He's massive, and he nearly kicked my teeth in. So I avoid that place from now on.
I've tried to steal then.
He shouldn't have tried to sell. He should not have tried to sell me right? You should not have tried to sell me a dagger. All I needed, right, was a dagger, right?
Then you
And
shouldn't have gotten caught. And she like gives a sly grin, and then she like leans down and makes eye contact with him and is like, I'm also pretty sure you know where I can get more of those pastries now as well.
oh, where? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I think you broke.
Oh, she's
broke up a little
asking. Yeah, she's asking him where. She basically said, "I know that you know where I can get those pastries, so why don't you tell me?"
Those things. Now, you want to be careful with them. Look, there's an old biddy, right? Comes around pretty much every day. I don't know where she is. Anywhere in the city in the town at the moment, you'd have to look for her. But you know, she drags a cart around the town. She keeps her pastries in that. So you know, listen out for the sound of a cart. She makes everyone call her Granny. Although I never do. She gives me the willies, that one. She sells her pastries. People come out and they, pretty expensive, a gold piece for a pastry. But people buy them. They buy them from her, and she's, she's. I don't know. I something about her always puts me off. But you know what? It's if you wanna, I mean, a lot of people think very highly of her here. Pastries is what gives some people means to keep going. They get good dreams after eating.
She's gonna like stand up straight, and then she's gonna look over at William and ZARRIEL, and she's going to say, "You guys wanted to go see this dead Burgermeister person.
Yeah,
Why don't Karan and I go and look for this woman?"
I want to go
Since he
too.
know-
I want to get some more pastries.
Fine. But don't do that thing you do where you keep asking questions.
No promises.
We're not helping your pastry funding.
We're here on a mission, not for
We're here to
pastries.
get out. What's your deal, anyways? You got almost killed twice. Then you passed out on pastries. And you're denying help. What's the deal with the whole that?
Bringing up the battle probably was a bad idea, because her eyes go from like they just like dragon slit narrow, and she just goes, "Clearly, I am not very much help right now. If I can figure out what's going on with that old woman, then perhaps I can be more useful. Thank you for reminding me of my mistakes yesterday. It's such a great honor to be reminded how weak you are." And then she's going to storm off, like her tail lashing behind her.
Now that she's gone, and I turn to Timus, can you tell me the magical properties of items?
Oh, Bob just want BRB.
I just wanted
You're
to ask him.
timing! Bobber!
I want to ask him to identify the pastry.
You're so close! Granted, she didn't go far. She's just like stormed out towards like the center of where we were last night, and is kind of like taking in shops, mostly just like avoiding the people who are passing her by, and I'm assuming DM clarify if I'm wrong, but giving her weird looks of like, "Oh my gosh, it's a dinosaur!"
Pretty much. Yeah, they're looking at you like. So some of them just look at you and there's no emotion in their eyes. They're just looking at you and it's like, and move off. The others like look at you and they're like big saucer eyes, like you kind of like Tim Burton-esque style villagers, like from The Corpse Bride. They kind of look like that. Just walking around like really big dark rings under their eyes. But they're looking at you and suddenly they got like big dinner plate eyes getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then like little child is like next to one of them. It's like there's a big lizard, mummy. Shh, come on, daughter.
She's like uncomfortable with all the attention. Yeah, she's uncomfortable with all the attention, but she's far enough out of earshot and like smell shot and all that stuff. But she, like, you can tell she's not leaving the party to go very far. She's just like getting away from the party at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, you're sort of just like you're nearby, but you're just sort of
looking around for this old woman, essentially, and like being uncomfortable with all the attention.
When I PM'd you a few weeks ago for that, I didn't know this would happen.
You asked the wrong in defense of my baby. You did phrase it in a way that was not a hey, I'm checking in on you. Are you doing okay? It's more. It was literally like a you almost died yesterday, like.
Yeah, that's the way I was in my mind. How Zara would go about it.
You can try again, just at a different time.
Maybe next time. Is Bob here? No. Okay.
Bobbert.
Well,
okay. So, sort of as you're wandering around, sort of walking past a few rickety doors, just a bit further down the road to see whether there's anything nearby, see if you can hear her. Yeah, roll me another perception check. You are actively looking. See how you're doing. Oh, wow. Hawk ears. Sorry, not hawk ears. No, it's hawk eyes, isn't it? Bat ears. Okay. My God. Fair enough. So, you can hear. You're not sort of very close, but you can definitely hear the sound of small wooden wheels rolling across damp cobbles. As let's say KENARI is currently about. But you were here when you. Sorry, where's my wrong button? You were here when you started off.
Okay.
And so let's say you've gone maybe a few houses down, sort of like just start looking. Maybe across the courtyard, you're about here.
Yeah, it's like shopping with your folks. Like you may go over 2 aisles, but they can still find you relatively easy.
You can see them. You're only about 3 houses.
Yeah.
And you can definitely see. You can definitely see sort of just walking, sort of hobbling along, sort of down here, sort of coming down this road down here, and sort of starting to turn down in this direction. There is a hunched figure, all wrapped in rags, pushing a rickety wooden cart through the fog. You can just about hear her. She every time she passes a door, she knocks on it. The first door, you see her knocking on one door, and no one answers. She sort of rattles on a little bit further to the next door and knocks on the door, and sort of a little sort of like pale head out, long hair bedraggling slowly in the rain. And you can sort of just about hear from you are this reedy voice. Hello, I'm here to sell some of my delightful pastries. They are full of good dreams and will offer you an escape from the misery and despair of our everyday life here in delightful Barovia. And I am very happy to sell to you one gold piece per pastry.
Okay, all the party sees is this instant moment of KENARI. Where did you say? I'm about 3 houses down here, and she's about like here?
She's about here. She's just got, so she knocked on this house before she moved up.
Okay, and I'm about here.
And then she's here.
Okay, all the party sees is KENARI staring down a direction like a hunting hound that has spotted its quarry.
Pointing the point.
You guys have a split 2 seconds before I say what she's gonna do.
Okay, so
could we backtrack a bit before
No.
I left?
She already left when I had to ask that. Can I turn to Timus as she's leaving and Zara would ask him this? If I show you the last pastry, would you eat it or would you identify it for me? I want to know what's in it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that. I'm not especially hungry right now, so yeah, I can do that. Can you show it to me? And he takes out a little. He reaches. He pops out a tendril from his body, which now is holding a small pearl. He takes out his book.
Zarriel takes out a packet of that looks like rations and unravels it, and there is a half-eaten pastry. Can you identify this? I think it will be enough.
Okay. Give me about 10 minutes. Yeah, 11 minutes technically is how long I need. And he starts to place. He puts the pearl on his and sticks it in his forehead. Essentially, as it sticks there because it's like gummy and slime. He straightens his glasses and he starts to look and starts his eyes start to glow as still held by his unseen servant because it's not concentration. He is able to pace you over 11 minutes.
Okay, but it's gonna. But I think KENARI's probably going to react before the 11 minutes is up.
Zarriel,
I'm just saying.
She's no longer addicted.
Zarriel
She's
will.
not addicted. That's her choice, though. She's acting the way her character wants to act now. I'm not controlling it or interfering in any way.
Same with Timus. He's not hungry, but he's helping out the party.
So, Zarriel will stand guard and try to defend the casting as much as he can if KENARI tries to interfere with it.
Okay.
She won't. She's out. Like I said, so if you guys are all right here, she's up this way, like keeping eyes on this direction and this direction for I'm so sorry. My husband just came in and give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, so while that's happening, basically, Zarriel, you're so focused on this, you're so focused on Timus. You know KENARI's over there, but give me just a. Can you give me a? Give me an insight check as to whether you see her body posture change.
I'm using Kartik. 8.
Okay.
13.
All right, so 12. I'd say from where you are, you can see she's gone. You notice at the corner of your eye that she's gone rigid. It seems to be focused very much down on. She was beforehand. She was like weaving her head back and forth, looking down the different streets. Now she's very much focused on a single street, and seems to be rigid in her sort of like concentration.
Sorry, I'm back. My husband got a new shaver, and he accidentally shaved off more of his beard than he wanted to shave.
Oh dear.
Oh no, you
So he's sad boy.
Been there, done that.
Okay. Anyway, so
Timus is still casting the spell. Zarriel has noticed your rigid body posture. He used his Cardic inspiration to make sure he did so.
Okay.
And so he knows that you're very much concentrating on something down the street now. Timus probably has about another 5 minutes of casting to go before he's actually fully dies.
Okay.
50 rounds.
I have looked over the terms of the identify spell, and I will tell you as much as I can.
It's not like Legendary, I understand.
But really, it's not quite as clear cut as
I know
things in it.
Just tell him about the flower, and it will be enough.
No, I can't do that, and I can't. That's not how identify works.
Yeah, it's specific. It's mainly for magic items. It is it can identify curses. It can identify certain magic effects.
So I can tell you what the magic in the pastries is, but I can't tell you.
Yeah, what's it made out of or anything like that.
Okay.
No, I can't.
So, seeing her rigid, do you try anything?
Perrin is standing by Zarriel and Timus, but I think Charon probably would have gone with you.
Okay.
So Charon will be beside you. He sort of like sees the woman. He's like, that's her.
All right. As soon as he says that, she dashes full speed towards this woman.
Okay. Charon will sort of follow on beside you. So
also running or like following behind, walking?
He's just sort of trundling one. He's so excited about like, I see my friend again. Just sort of walking down beside you. But it's not a very far walk. You know, she's only about a minute away by run, literally.
Okay, yeah, no, she straight up dashes.
Okay, so as you approach the woman, she's just handed over a pastry and a shiny gold coin, a robe, and here's the pattering of your clawed feet dash across.
Raptor feet.
You sort of turn around, and the click of your claws on the cobblestones forces her to sort of like whirl around, and she sees you barreling towards her. She sort of she falls to her knees in front of you. And oh, please, woman, please don't hurt me. I'm but a purveyor of delightful pastries. But please spare my life. Don't hurt me.
KENARI like slows to a stop just before her, and then just with like a snarl is like, "What did you give me?"
Just my delightful pastries.
That was not just a pastry. What did you give me?
They're just magically enchanted to give sweet dreams, but the spells required. It takes so much out of us that we need the money to support it. We wish to do our part for Barovia.
Then why do I have to eat another one?
Oh dear. How many did you eat, dear lady?
She's taken back by the question. 8.
That's the problem. I did tell your friend. She looks over at
KENARI also is now following the gaze as Kar. I'm assuming Karan's like slowly catching up, and
everyone's like, "Hi, good to see you again." It's just sort of coming over. He's like,
just like lifting a hand of like, "Hello."
Okay, I think I told him. Oh, if I didn't please forgive an old woman for her foibles. You really shouldn't eat more than one. They're designed to give you sweet dreams, of course, but like every magical item and every type of medicine, you shouldn't overdo exposure. I'm so sorry if you came across an adverse effect. Please, have a pastry on me.
I don't want another... She takes the pastry. How do I fix this?
Oh, well, you could keep eating my lovely pastry. It's only one a day, of course. Go away.
I'm not planning to stay here.
But, I don't know really, dear. I've never come across a situation where someone ate 8 in one go. I can consult with my sisters and be back tomorrow and see if there's anything I can do to help you.
You can come with me. And then she, like, helps the woman up, like, gently, surprisingly. Like, she's mad, but, like, this is still an old woman. So, like, she helps her up surprisingly gently. And try to eat this pastry.
She sort of tries to pull her hand back and just, hey, please understand, I can't stay here long. I must go back to my sisters. They're worried about me. But I tell you what, if you can wait till tomorrow, I can, and you seem to be strangers in this land. I can give you some advice and also by tomorrow be back with a little plan for you. Maybe something to help. But I really cannot stay, my dear. I promise you tomorrow at the same spot I will be.
She bends down and she's just like, fine. But.
And listen carefully, my dear. Promise. I swear upon my sainted mother's bones, I shall be here tomorrow. If you can't find us there, you can't find me here. Although I will tell you, I live in an old mill house, not too far away. I will be here, I promise. But if by some chance you should miss me for some reason, you can find me at the old mill house. I will draw you a map, and I'll have to do it on my rounds. I tell you what, I will go to the at the end of my rounds before I head home. I will go to the blood of the wife tavern and leave the map with there is a barkeeper there. His name is Arik. I need to drop some pastries off for him anyway, so I will leave the map there. So if by any chance you miss me tomorrow, you can find me at the old mill. Is that fair? Please, I have my life. Cannot be too long. My sisters require me to return.
I guess that works. But let me ask you this then. What
Indeed.
happens if I eat this one today? Am I still going to have cravings?
I shouldn't think so, dear. One a day, but any cravings you have should be residual from your overindulgence.
Will they go away?
Over time, of course.
How long is the time frame?
Oh, I again, the last time someone ate too many of my pastries, I believe it was 3 in one sitting. He took him several days, maybe 3 days, I believe. No, 2 days. He had a hardy constitution. To be residual any residual cravings, but he still eats my pastries every day. I drop one off for him. It's just you understand that, like any item.
I get it. I up a hand and it's just kind of like, I get it.
You've been so kind, dear, for being so understanding. Let me give you advice. Look, you might have noticed that this place is not exactly the most, let's say, liberal, liberated, nice, interesting place that there is. Where my sisters and I make quite a good living here, but other than that, it's a rather
grim.
That's because, yes, it's because there is a terrible evil that's happened here by the name of. He's the lord of this place, an ancient.
Sorry, you cut out, DM. You're gonna have to repeat that.
Yeah, you're cutting out every now and then.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it better? Is this better?
Yeah.
I think it's probably my voice I'm using. Let me try and talk a little bit louder when I'm her. So, yes, there is an ancient evil walks this land by the name of Strahd, a powerful figure that holds the whole of the country within his sway. He has mastery over the land and the weather. Well, they have mastery of the land and the weather. And his spies are also, there's a group of people called the Vistani. They are colorful, lovely lot, but they are so very much within Strahd. There is a Vistani camp not too far from here. To the west, there is a pool. It's called Ser Pool. And there's also another Vistani camp outside of Vallaki, which is an independent city, not too far from here. There's also some enemies. Strahd has some enemies. Good to know who they are. They are the Order of the Silver Dragon, a revenant group, undead, and you can find them in a mansion west of Vallaki. Finally, and this is an important secret that my sisters and I came across in our younger days. Strahd has a carefully guarded secret. Only a few know of it. There is a temple of forbidden lore within the mountain. You can reach this temple. Now mark this. Take the Solenka path. Understand? If you should
you cut out.
Sorry.
You just put in DMs. Put in DMs.
So where are we? Where are we?
You must take the. I heard that you must take the path.
Solenka Pass.
Velenka.
Solenka.
Solenka. I can't English.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Solenka Pass. This is the only way to reach this ancient temple. That's all I can tell you, I'm afraid. An old lady like me comes across bits of knowledge here and there. But I'm afraid I must be on my way now, dear.
No,
tomorrow,
she holds up her hand again. She goes, I get it. All right. I will meet you tomorrow, and if I cannot find you, I will go and come to your house. I apologize for. She's like kind of rolling her eyes, but also like just more exhausted at this point that this lady has rambled on about something she honestly doesn't quite understand, and is just like but like remembering so she can relay to the party later, and it's just kind of like, all right.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, dear, and goodbye, you thing. Before, lovely to meet you again, and I will see you tomorrow. She like picks up a little cart and starts sort of like trundling it away again, knocking at from door to door. Pastries, lovely pastries, sweet dreams.
Kenari's going to turn and make her way back to the party, and still holding the pastry, but and wanting to eat it, but like forcing herself not to eat it.
Did the invitation spell go through?
Okay, so the spell went off. So the spell would have gone off at this point, I believe. So let me tell you what I can tell you. It looks like a mincemeat pie. You can tell that there's some sort of magic involved within it. It appears that there is some. It appears to be a mixture of divination and necrotic magic.
That'd be more akin to identify tells you the exact effects. Detect magic tells you the schools.
It does, and I'm going to tell you the effects as well. I'm just telling you what the.
Sorry.
I assume that you would be able to. I know that's really detect magic, but I want to just give you.
You're giving me extra information. That's always
I'm giving you extra information for that. You can tell that you can tell that the magic within the item, if consumed, will allow the consumer to enter into a trance-like sleep, where they will go to have joyous dreams that are vivid and believable. You also notice that there is like a maybe you don't know whether it's, but if someone were to consume these, there is kind of a longing to return to that place.
In the dream or in the.
So once someone's experienced these dreams, it will invoke in the person who's consumed them a desire to return to that lovely place.
Okay. So there's a potential for an addictive effect.
Yeah. How addictive you don't know, because it's not like part of the magic. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure KENARI she comes back.
Fair enough.
It's pastries. I screwed myself.
Yeah, pretty much. Accurate. So will she have gotten back to the party at this point, or are they making their way toward me? What's happening?
Yeah. So you guys are still over there with her while they're seeing this, while this is happening, because I think you had about 5 minutes talk with her. So while you're over there, Timus is sort of just receiving the information about the pastry.
Okay.
Karen's like looking over at you, ZARRIEL, and is going, is he supposed to light up like that?
Most of the time.
You know the Doraemon meme where like the person lights up and starts to float, except with red eyes? Like, yeah. Picture that, but I'm just being held, and I'm just like, oh, that's it, like in my voice.
Karen's like waving his hand underneath you. Just, well, it's like, no, there's nothing there.
All
right, so the spell goes off and you get the information that I gave you.
Was that everything, or
it tells you. So you know the properties now. You know what it is.
Okay.
You know what will happen if you can.
Okay.
It doesn't require any attunement or any charges.
Okay.
There's not exactly a specific spell that affects the item. It's just an intrinsic magical ability of the item.
Okay.
The effect. And you can see, I think probably because of that, you can probably tell that there is a lingering effect on yourself and KENARI. I know it's not really the effect of the spell, but I'm giving you extra.
Thank you. It is true, because literally Hedge Wizard is ritual-specific wizard. They are experts in ritual magic, so we would know a little bit more.
Do you share the info?
I'm about to get into that. So as the spell fades, Timus's eyes just sort of stop. The glasses start to like fade back to normal color, and he stops glowing like a light bulb essentially. And then he just plops down onto the ground as the floating stops, and the pearl pops off his head, and he takes it, put it back in himself. He's like, okay, a couple things. Apparently, this is it's a type of mincemeat pie, as far as I can tell in terms of composition. Secondly, it is indeed enchanted from some variety of magic. It helps with dreams in the form of a ritual trance state, sort of like how elves and certain people can have like a vivid, almost like a trance, like a dream world when they go to sleep sometimes. Also, there is a slight, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but there's a slight, like, longing feeling after you consume one of these to come back to that same sort of trance state that you get every night you eat one. And it does not require attunement, it is not any charges, and there's a couple other things. And I think I got affected by one. And what else is there? What else did they? He starts, like, punching his little tendrils together. Did I miss anything?
No, that's it, I think.
Okay. I think that's it. By the way, did I float when I did that whole thing? Normally I float. I'm just curious if I floated still.
So, magical narcotics, is that what you're telling me?
Well, okay, okay. Well, what's narcotics?
It's a substance that you take, or a pastry, or
this is definitely
potion.
in the vein of medicine. Is that what you mean? It's like in the vein of like a magical medicine thing.
You can call it that, and it has a specific effect on your body. Some are non-magical, some are magical, and most of the time you do want more, so
Yes.
so you can feel as yourself again. I suppose we don't eat any more of them.
KENARI
Okay, then.
walking back over to you with a pastry in her hand.
Also, by the way, DM, clarification on that. I'm not dying to eat the pastry, right?
No, it's your choice now if you want to eat
Okay,
it.
good.
Okay.
Well, we have gotten back to the group by this point. Okay.
Very observant. Did you find her? Oh, you did. You like notice your pastry in your hand. It's like,
Yeah, it's like
you found her.
Context clues.
Karen's like, yeah, I saw the nice lady. Yeah, she was she still calls me a thing. I don't know how to feel about that.
I'm
She
curious.
also gave us a whole bunch of information. Yeah.
What sort of information? I love information. Please tell. I love learning. It is always fun.
She's gonna give the pastry over to Karan. Does he take it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want him to. He reaches out a hand and he's like, and what should I do with this?
Throw it? I don't really know. I just don't want to see it ever again, if possible.
I would
Maybe-
okay. You'll wind up to throw it. Can you? I know you're not affected. I just want to see if, and you can still make your choice. But I just want to know how mentally this will be a yank for you, even though you can still say no to it. But just roll a wisdom check for me.
Nope.
Fuck.
You feel devastated at this. It's like the pastry. No, I worked so hard to get that pastry. Throw it on the ground. It's gonna land in the dog shit. Oh!
Wow, this is Daisy all over again. Okay.
So, out of pure curiosity, no, Lou, does KENARI share the stuff she
ZARRIEL,
has?
just let you. Sorry, Karen is winding back his arm to throw.
She's gonna leap and grab. Give it back. Give it back.
Mage hand.
I want the pastry. Give it back.
Sacred
I'm
Flame.
gonna mage hand.
All
I would
right,
like
he
to
holds
make
it out. Okay, so wow, Sacred Flame. All right. Roll. You
It's
can
an
do it.
object.
Charon is going to try and run away because he hates fire.
Kenari's gonna follow Charon.
So if you Sacred Flame, Charon will roll a dexterity save to try and dodge it.
It's aimed at that pastry, but okay.
Well, he's still holding it.
yeah,
It's in his hand, and he
yeah. I'm trying.
fire. So he basically sees you shooting fire at him.
Yeah, I'm trying to aim the radiant rune at the pastry being waved around by a warforged. Why not?
All right. Let me just get good old Charon up. So Charon's going to try and
Sorry,
dodge
I
you.
worship Charon.
What did you get? It's a DC 14, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got a dexterity save of 14. No dexterity bonuses whatsoever.
God.
Okay, so Charon's hand is engulfed by the sacred flame. It won't hit him; it'll hit the pastry. You do hit it. Pastry doesn't have a natural dexterity. Well, he's going to hit it. KENARI, you can see the fire is going to hit the pastry.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
She's
no.
gonna use her tail and bump Charon's arm so that it moves out of the way.
Oh no!
Okay.
May I quickly? Can I cast Mage Hand? Like
Can
I
you
said,
do
I would. Like,
Can you do an athletics quickly? I want to see how hard you hit his hand. Okay, so you hit it, not enough. Half of the pastry is turned into ash by a column of white flame, which just singes it into nothingness. There is half
Okay.
a pastry left.
The party
Clutched in
just hears,
Charon's petrified hands.
just hears this soft squeak, like just this soft squeak. Very
Charon is
alarming.
rigidly holding this half of a pastry out.
Oh,
He's not moving. He's terrified. He just had fire shot near him.
okay.
What do you
For
want
the
to do?
love of Harmony.
He's going to. He's literally just standing there. He's holding half of a pastry.
let me use Mage Hand.
Okay, Timus uses Mage Hand to pluck the pastry out of.
I've been trying to say this for like 2 minutes.
I know
Sorry,
you
man.
have.
There's a lot happening in a few seconds.
I know it's fine. I love it, but it's like
This half of a pastry is now floating past you, KENARI.
I am going to basically throw it in the air and then shoot a firebolt at it.
The pastry flies into the air, and let's see if you hit it.
Pull.
Pretty much.
Crit!
I
It's
have
a
my
pastry,
card
and
if
it's
I need
half
to.
a pastry. It's quite small. It's got a.
Oh,
I'm gonna
it's
say it's
less
got
than
an
throwing
AC.
it. It's more like I'm basically holding it. It's like dangling. But yeah.
I'm gonna say it's got an AC 15 because it's tiny
Okay.
and you're shooting a firebolt at it.
16.
Yep, that's a hit.
Enough.
Basically, it's a hit. You hit the pastry. and
you
it
just
turns into
hear-
ash in the air.
That sort of noise at a little louder scale come out of KENARI.
Pull.
Aaron, shoot fire at each other. Throw a pastry into the air. Shoot another fire, and he's like, oh my god. You guys are so much fun. This is gonna be awesome.
I know, right? This is gonna be awesome.
Zero goes fist bump him.
She's gonna turn and look at like slowly, just like regain and just slowly turn and look at ZARRIEL.
Hmm. He missed her
My question
gaze.
is, is Timur still holding the other half of the pastry from before?
I burned it.
You burned it. Okay.
Yeah, I burned it with firebolt.
No, I'm talking about because Karen was holding half of it. And what about the half that you were examining?
Oh, that half. Oh, what did I do with that? Okay.
You're still holding it.
Okay.
You're right. I am still holding it.
Kenari.
That's all she needs.
Okay, so Kenari, looking over at Zen, and then at Tibbs, you see there is still half a pastry.
It's like,
being held
I'm
by
gonna
Timur.
say it's underneath my hat. I'm gonna say it's on my hat for the time being. Like,
Is it?
because I probably would have put it away at some point. Because like the spell ended, she came back a couple moments later. I would have had time to hide it.
Yeah, so it's still
Give it to
visibly
someone
out
else.
there somehow.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's like sitting on the brim of my hat. I look up a
You
bit.
see,
and
you see what seems to be half a
oh,
pastry
shit.
forgotten. Half a forgotten pastry is balancing on Timus's hat.
Okay. I'm gonna go out of character here and just apologize in advance for being the person who's like slowing everybody down with shenanigans. My anxiety is making
it's
me
beautiful.
say this. So, okay. So having said that, she is going to go. He's still being up by his unseen servant, right?
Yes, essentially.
Okay, so
It
he's
has
not.
been
She
more
doesn't
than
have
an
to go
hour.
all the way down to the ground. Okay, got it. So she is going to quickly reach out and try to take the pastry to shove it in her mouth.
DM?
Out of pure curiosity, where is my mage hand in the current situation?
Well, you grabbed it out of Karen's hand and then chucked it up in the air. Thing in
I'm
the
assuming
air.
we're around 10 feet away from me.
It still has to be within your range, yeah. So
around 10 feet or so. It can
Okay.
move 30 feet in a round as a bonus action. Just saying.
Nari's making her move first, so she's trying to grab it.
I'm just saying, just wanting to make that clear.
Okay.
Mm.
And Zariel, you know what you're going to do. So Kenari, are you moving forward to try and grab it and stuff it in your mouth?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
This is a
In
thing.
that case, roll an athletics check. You too, Zariel.
Would I be able to try to like combat it as well with my mage hand Arcana?
I mean, can you use your mage hand as a reaction? Because this is kind of like an action.
It is a bonus action to move. So
Okay,
it would
so-
be a little bit later than them, but
Yeah, so this
I'd be
action
able
would
to
go
use
on
it.
first. You can try it afterwards to try and affect it, but
Okay.
I mean,
It's probably
don't
too late.
I would say you probably don't with your chart with your like particular temperament at the moment. You probably don't remember
I would
the pastry
forget
sitting
this
on your
on
hand.
there
So
until it's too late.
So Kenari, you dash over there to grab this pastry. Zariel
Early
dives
voting.
for you, bangs into your shins, and literally has no effect on you whatsoever. Kenari, you grab the paste. You manage to grab the pastry from Timus's hat.
No, she's just gonna grab it.
Okay, you grab it and you cradle it to you.
Okay.
Is it now a new round of combat, so to speak?
It's now a new round of actions. You can tell me what you want to do next.
Who wants to go first? I'll go second.
Yeah. The Zariel will get up and dust himself off. How are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself with... I don't even know what you're trying to do with these pastries.
Great.
You know what their effect is, correct? That lady told you. We told you. But we didn't. And he looks at Bob.
Yeah, no, I was
Okay,
gonna say, no, you
that's
didn't. No, you didn't.
No, we didn't. We have not. Technically, we haven't told her yet. So,
I love it when players realize that they haven't actually explained things to each other.
First bounce, that's my turn.
What are you talking about? Meta pigeon doesn't exist in this game.
Exactly.
You were all
Mage
there,
hand,
right?
I'm gonna try to grab the pastry. I'm gonna try to grab the pastry with mage hand.
Okay.
What does the mage hand does? Wait a minute. So mage hand's action, you can
You can
manipulate
pick
an
up,
action, so
10
retrieve an
pounds.
item from an open container, pour it out of a vial. You can move it So, I mean, technically she's got cradled around
She's
it.
cradling it. She's not technically holding it. She's like holding it, right? So
Well, that means she's holding it and pulling it to her chest.
Oh, I thought you meant like baby cradle, not like.
No. She's holding it in her hand and sort of pulling it towards her like comfort.
Oh, okay. Then that's different. Then never mind.
Because the mage hand wouldn't be able to pull it out of her grasp. It doesn't have the strength.
Timus is going to try to leap at the pastry and try to put it in his inventory.
Okay,
as per Bailey.
So that would be a sleight of hand. I would say that kind of would be a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
What I'm picturing when he says he leaps is basically he does that slime thing where like his slime.
He's trying to grapple it away from you, so I'd say it's an athletics thing. Athletics, actually.
Yeah, athletics. That's much worse.
That's grappling.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're trying to grapple it away from her.
Yeah, I would say that's more accurate, anyways. So that's fair.
Trying to pull it out of her grip, which is a bit more difficult
you
for you.
You still have Cardic, by the way, Bob.
I do still have Cardic, and I don't know what it is. I might have to use it. I'm gonna use it regardless. So let me just grab my card. How do I?
Okay, Kenari. So that's a 12 plus what? You just click on the card. There you go. Oh god, Limit Joker counts as a face card still. Sorry, it's my fault. So it's 22. Kenari, you can't roll a 22 without a strength bonus at all. Anyway.
Yeah.
You can roll. You can roll if you get a nat 20. You resist him.
Okay.
Okay. Watch her roll like that.
Yeah, that's what.
What am I rolling? Dexterity save or what am I?
No, you roll an athletics as well. He's grappling with you.
1, 2, 3, not 20.
No. Okay, so Timus, you yoink it from between her clawed palm, between her clawed fingers, away from her, and shove it into your inventory.
Yes. Okay. Thank Christ. But it looks like I'm essentially eating it. I just shoved it into my body. It doesn't look it's not through my mouth.
Kenari, it looks like someone has swiped it and in it in front of you.
Essentially. No one is getting this until we figure out what it does. Okay, guys, let's stop fighting.
She's like gonna mutter. She's gonna like say some curse words in Draconic that are not pleasant, and she's gonna just like pick you up.
Perrin looks over at Carol
and shake the slime.
Perrin looks over at Carol and says, "Do you think we should tell him that she's probably still in the village somewhere?"
Oh god.
You know, I don't think she could have gone very far in a few minutes. I'm pretty sure we could go get some more pastry. Also, or might.
I will kill whoever sold her those.
I didn't get it. I didn't pay for it. She gave it to me for free. You little horrible little. And she's like, shh. And like it's half common, half Draconic.
It is getting bigger and bigger. Do you look at it?
What are you saying in Draconic, by the way? Because I do speak Draconic.
Oh crap!
Variety of swear words.
A variety of curse words that essentially equate to I will dig out your innards and display them for the world to see.
There's just like this.
Essentially, it's like your eyeballs will blah blah blah, or like your stomach intestines will literally. I will make it into a new fence post.
Goes from a beaming like, okay, let's calm down, to a like, okay, I'm frightened of this woman. And he tries to wiggle worm out of your grip. Am I able to, or?
I would. Yeah, you can. We've done a lot of checks. Let's just say you can pretty much just.
Okay.
You can try and squeeze out.
I melt out of her grip, and I just like back away and hide behind our new fiery friend here, who is. I'm like, I do not like the thing she said. It is very dangerous what she said. I'm gonna go with you now. Okay.
Well, that's what you get. You shouldn't steal someone else's treat, should you?
Oh, can he speak Draconic?
Let me see. Let me just check his languages.
I feel like he would, since he's from
yes,
Shinera.
He can speak Draconic.
So he knows exactly what she said.
Yeah, Perrin can speak. He's like looking at you with big wide eyes. It's like, oh, I ain't heard words like that since the last. Well, actually, I haven't heard words like that before. Ever. You're brilliant.
You doing okay there, Nick?
I'm, I'm on the verge of using something I don't think I should use yet because it's a plot device for my character, but I'm so pissed off at.
Hey, in your defense, I did not expect for any of you to see this side of KENARI for a long time.
That's why I'm debating showing, but for Zaryo, but nope.
I was gonna do a plot point thing for my character, but I compromised with Xanny, so
Yeah.
We should just. But William
let's move on.
So Perrin and Caron have got popcorn out. They're just sitting watching. So what's going on?
Oh, what's William doing through all of this?
Yeah, what's William doing?
That's a good question.
I'm just in the background somewhere. Sorry, guys, I'm not filming very well.
That's okay. Do you need to just listen today?
Nope, that's what I basically.
Should we take a break now?
Yeah. Do we want to take a break? Because I mean, probably got about another hour and a half of gameplay in me before I have to go. Then it's just I'm knackered. But if we have a break now, maybe say 10 minutes, and then we come back, and we'll still have like about another hour and a half or so before.
Yeah, let's do that.
We end the session.
Yeah,
that works.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break then, guys. Excited. And everyone, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you then.
Lovely. So
and we are on break.
Yeah.
3. Okay, and hello everyone. We're back after that very interesting and obsessive round of Catch the Pastry.
Hot potato.
Hot potato, exactly. Don't drop the dream pastry. Or I don't know how it comes in Draconic, but your entrails damaged by pastry. Basically, our group has spent the morning recovering from the effects of the previous day. 2 of our number have awakened, having been affected by a type of pastry that they consumed, which wonderful dreams, but did cause them to pass out. One of our members, KENARI, also ended up craving the pastries. But thanks to some help from our resident clerics, managed to beat back the effects, at least for today. She also managed to confront the pastry seller, who gave her a very reasonable explanation as to why it might have had a terrible effect upon her, i.e. KENARI ate 8 of them, when really only 1. Remember, Barovians normally wouldn't be able to afford more than 1. They're quite expensive. 1 gold piece is a lot of money. So basically, she consumed a lot of them, ate far too many, and was knocked out and affected by them quite badly. She's promised to meet up with the group tomorrow to give any help she can to help KENARI over her cravings. And if not, that meet her at the old mill, which is not too far away from the town. However, the map to that location will not be available for a little while. There was 1 pastry left. You fought over it. You singed it with a sacred fire and then burned the rest of it to a crisp. And the only remaining part of the pastry left over is within Timus's pouch his inventory after he managed to wrestle it away from KENARI, who was cradling it, a long-lost child. We are still currently outside of the hidden manor, which is where you guys spent the night. And basically that's where we are.
Okay, so continuing to glare down at this slime who is now hiding behind. I cannot get this guy's name right. Perrin. Okay, yeah, who's hiding behind. Yeah, I get it. Perrin. I keep wanting to say parrot.
It's not Perrin. It's not parrot. It's not Pippin. It's Perrin.
Okay. She essentially just starts saying, I got that pastry. She got the pastry for free after listening to that old woman ramble on about something about an angel, someone named Strahd, some people named Vistani who are his underlings, or they're very colorful. She thinks perhaps she doesn't quite know, and that there's 2 other towns and one's an independent nation, she thinks, and just how there's this order of annoying dragons, and the mansion, and they have a mansion west of Velassi, and that Strahd apparently has a forbidden love. Lore. I can't understand my own writing. Lore, and that we have to take, and that to find it, you take this weird Selenka pass, and she just basically is rambling all of that, aggressively, as she essentially chases Timus around Perrin.
While you're chasing Timus, he is just feverishly writing this down in a notebook as he's running away from you.
Are you still being unseen servant? Are you running as your unseen servant?
No, that probably
that's gone.
I'd say yeah, probably. So
floating in the air, Timus is running. You're chasing him.
And writing.
And Perrin is sort of looking over at William and over at you, ZARRIEL, and saying, "Well, it sounds like you got a chance to meet up with her later or tomorrow. Or do you want to go hunt her down now?"
She also would mention that she said she lived city.
I would say we go deal with that Burgomeister and enter his children. You said he was dead? Let's see what's all that's about, and then we can continue on with hunting your dealers down.
Quick question, DM. Do I catch Timus? Do I catch him at some point?
I think quite easily. I mean,
Seen Servant probably would have faded around this point.
yeah.
So
He can
would
only
just,
do so
drop-
much, and
Yeah. 30 feet
yeah.
from around, he would just be.
Okay, so she's just gonna grab you and then like hold you and just hold you in place and just like
Aggressively squeeze.
not like aggressively, but like mildly like make you sort of uncomfortable because she doesn't want to hurt you, but she's like trying to see if she can like get you pastry back up.
Are you like hugging him in the sense of like a stress ball, like partially squeezing him and then like hoping it'll pop out?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good to know.
okay. Unless you are actively trying to grab it from within him, which is quite hard. He is a slime.
No, she's
Um,
not. She watched what happened when Melamon ate something. She is not sticking her hand anywhere in his body.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fair.
So we're still currently running around. Perrin's like looking over at you, Zari, and William, going. So where would you like to go?
Is there a place where there's food somewhere that's not magical pastries?
Let me think. Well, you can get some supplies, as I said, from there's old Bildrat's place. He sells basic supplies. I normally go to him for food because it's dried stuff. I don't ask where the meat comes from. I'm guessing it's wolf. Along those lines, he's quite a lot of maybe even rat. But he sells basic goods. On the other hand, there's a tavern here. It's called the Blood of the Vine Tavern. It's called the Blood of the Vine Tavern, and it's a bit shoddy, a bit run down. But you can buy some food and drink there. I wouldn't recommend.
Alcohol?
Yep, definitely alcohol.
Noted.
Bob, you should read chat on Roll20.
Okay, let me see.
This is not pushing out the pastry. Hold him just.
Oh, you evil woman. So I'm just being squeezed as punishment for taking the pastry.
Well, she's not like squeezing you anymore. It's just this firm grip of like holding you where it's like you wiggle out, squeeze you until you pop. It's like you're stuck with me now.
Don't forget how you're behaving at the moment.
I know.
You're quite enjoying this.
Okay. Okay. I like after a while, after this, like the squeezing stops, I'd say that Timus is like, he just starts like to bounce every now and then, like sort of like a kid being held on like a piggyback ride almost, but it's being held.
She's essentially holding you like a stuffed animal.
Yeah, that's fair. That's accurate. Well, I'm just curious. Is there any like ice cream places or maybe have you had a malt shop? I love malt shops.
Perrin looks over and he's like, he's kidding, right? Mate, this is Barovia. Have you seen anything here that looks like it might have anything nice and sweet and happy in it? Plus,
fair
it's a malt
enough.
shop.
Oh, it's like an ice cream place, but instead of like a. Oh God!
You okay,
Hold
man?
on.
I'll say
Okay, now
that
I'm
like
good.
Kenari has like secretly been wanting to hold Timus when she met him. So
Yeah.
this is like, it's like a punishment, but it's also like a comfort thing for her now, where it's
Yeah,
just kind
that's
of like,
fair.
just clarifying
but
for everybody and the viewers,
it's
just
lovely.
so they know.
I love it. I love it. But back to the. You don't know what ice cream is? Okay. I
know. Look, right. I've heard of it, but it's not really for the likes of me. It's for the posh offs that live up in the manor house, right? Any idea? I mean, I'm guessing with the word, it's got something to do with ice, right? So,
yeah.
any
It's
idea how
frozen.
difficult it is to keep something frozen when you live in a volcano?
True. I'm so sorry. I did not consider that. But seriously, we should totally get you some ice cream. It is like the best thing ever. You should have a sundae.
And
You
I
should
think we
have
should
an
find
ice cream sundae. We need the thing on our list. We need to do it now.
She like hugs him a little tighter and is like, and I think we should go find a certain old lady.
Then let's
That too,
get
but like Timus just starts looking through his starts reaching inside of himself and starts searching through his inventory for something.
You were saying, Nick?
Can we find this man that we have been sent here on a quest by the same people that probably have trapped us here in this place as our first priority? I would love to see this dead man that we've been sent to see. Who knows? In this land, he might be alive.
Okay,
Smart.
yeah, sure, whatever.
It kind of like the look on Kenari's face is kind of, she's been so like overcome by this pastry obsession that it's one of those things where she kind of genuinely forgot what they were doing here. And she's been so focused on these pastries that like you like watch, it's weird, you kind of watch the emotion pass over her face and then she just kind of remembers and then goes, yes, we should probably, it's like a new calm comes over her and she just goes, yes, we should probably do that first.
Okay, let's head towards the Barrowmeister's next of kin then.
Perrin, lead the way.
All right. So we want to go to. We want to go to the Burgermeister's. Sure, we can do that. No problem. If we had south from here, I believe we'll find the Burgermeister's mansion. I've only been around there once before, so he looks around the street, looks up and down. It's pretty, as before, it's pretty much just completely and utterly deserted. There's a few people peering out at you from the windows, but as he sort of like looks down, he goes, and you get his hair flares a bit with his excitement. And points down the road towards the south, and he says, "Yeah, right there." And you can see there is a large building sort of towards the south, a very large building. Let me just get my thing. I'm putting the wrong thing. There we go. Very large building. And so he says, so he looks over and he goes, if we go down there, it's pretty much a straight run. All we need to do is, go past old Mary's place. And to the and then that's it. So shall we head down there?
What's that one that you just mentioned?
Oh yeah, there's there's a person, right? She's she lives in the house. She lives in the house on the way down. People call her Old Mad Mary. She's basically you can hear her screaming and crying day and night. I mean, I don't go in there. I don't do. I mean, to me, it sounds like someone else's problem, really.
Maybe she'd cheer up if she had some ice cream.
ZarrieL turns to William. Help the old lady before we see this man, or what do you want? What's your opinion?
Well,
does she need help? Maybe she just likes to scream.
And what about you two?
Who are you talking to?
You can probably even hear it. You can hear like a moaning sob coming. Now that he's pointed it out, you kind of hear this moaning sobbing floating through the air. Basically, you can just almost taste sadness as it just tears at your heartstrings from this old manor house, 2-story manor house, just a little bit further towards the south.
Investigate this real quick. She's in trouble at all?
I agree with the idea. What about you, Timus? KENARI?
where are we going? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking for something.
To the crying lady's house.
Yep, to the crying lady's house.
See
what she said.
I would prefer ice cream, but okay.
And KENARI? Luea, you here?
Yep.
Everyone here?
Sorry, my friend. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening, but I'm stepping away. My friend called me. Give me a second. So whatever the party does, she'll do.
Okay.
All right. To the south, to old Mary's house. Or
No,
crying?
it's like just a bone. It's just like a bone wrenching. It's like a heart wrenching soul that just seems to echo like a wailing, a crying, just you hear the choking, the tears must be pouring down this woman's cheek. The hitch in the voice. It's like someone has had their heart ripped from their chest.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
By the way, Xanny, I DM'd you.
Go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just as after, yes, probably.
Talk to her for a minute.
Okay. You might need an interview to find the ingredients first. So the house itself, as you approach it, is boarded up and barricaded. It seems to have been done inside.
I knock.
Are you sure this is a good idea, guys? I don't know, man.
I mean, the knock seems to go unnoticed by the occupant. There's still the crying still echoes forth, brought the distraught, absolute, just soul-wrenching, guttural sobs.
Is there any way I could see in, like a window or peek through the board? Boards?
You can peek. You can definitely peek through the boards as you look in through the slats between the different sort of planks of wood that have been nailed up from the inside. You can see that the inside of the living room is basically the living area is again quite sparsely furnished. It seems to be very dusty and ill kept. There are several chairs that seem to have been thrown against the wall, either in anger or just grief, and have shattered. One or two of them have had their legs broken off, and one is in like multiple pieces on the floor. The fireplace lies cold and empty. Ground, so the carpets are starting to basically start to look frayed. The light within the room, there's but maybe one or two flickering candles that seem to be on in the room, providing a little bit of illumination. The air that issues forth from between the slats is stale, and obviously you can even see, like, upon towards the far corner, there is a very solid wooden table with what appears to be a meal half consumed left upon it. The food is putrefying and is causing a cloud. There's a very dense cloud of flies buzzing above the.
That does not sound disgusting at all.
I'll yell out, I'll speak into the place. Hello, is anybody in need of assistance in here?
I think maybe for a moment there's a slight pause in the crying, but it then continues unabated.
Just to talk, maybe?
I think
you probably get the feeling that with the amount that this person is crying and the sounds that are issuing forth from upstairs that you could hear across the street, probably she can't hear you, or they can't hear you.
Well, I don't want to break into this place. Just offer my assistance. So, poor soul.
Can I try to open the door?
You can. It seems to have been nailed shut or something, or locked heavily. It will require an athletics check to try and break it, or you could try and unlock it.
I will try to unlock it.
Okay. If you want to try and do that, using thieves' tools for that, or
Yes.
just. Okay, so it's a general lock. It's not like designed to keep out dragons or anything like that. The house is locked. So yeah, but it's not easy for you, Zariel. 11 indicates that this is not practiced art. Maybe it's because it's such an old style of lock that you're just not used to it any. We haven't come across one quite like this. It's heavy, made of iron. The pins are in different places to what you're used to. But you do manage to, after maybe about 5 minutes of trying, unlock the door. It swings outwards, and you're confronted by several wooden planks that have been nailed over the entrance.
I never knew these would come in handy, and he puts the tools back. Shall we go in?
The sound is even louder now. The doors are open. The doors are open. You can hear. You can just hear these wails, these moans, the gnashing of teeth. A person is venting their sadness in the air.
Yeah, I definitely would like to help alleviate this sadness if I can. At least just praying with her, maybe.
After you, my friend.
And I'll head into the house.
You will need to pry off the boards. There are several boards covering the way still. It's like basically the person didn't realize the door opened outwards. And so they basically nailed planks across the doorway, or just across the hallway to the doorway entrance.
Okay.
It will probably take a strength check to pull them off, or you can try and break them by attacking them, or...
I'll do a swift strength check.
Okay.
Just that should be
Okay, yeah.
into the door.
You basically take 1, 2, and then step forward, and the boards are old, brittle. You crash through them, and the sound from upstairs goes silent.
I want to just make myself known. Sorry. We just heard you from outside, and we could be of some assistance. And See if
to slowly start again.
I'll cast light. It sounds like it's dark. It sounds like it's dark in there.
There are a few flickering candles you can just about see.
You said it was.
I'll just
Yeah,
You said it was just wailing, right?
it's wailing, crying. This person is basically sobbing their heart out.
Can KENARI roll a perception check to make sure this isn't a banshee?
Make sure it isn't a
banshee.
Yeah, I mean your favorite enemy is undead.
So
I would say maybe you can do that. Perception check. Go ahead.
okay. Do I get advantage because it's a favorite enemy or no?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. I might not need it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so with an 18, this does not sound like an ethereal crying. It sounds like a real living person. In fact, with your hearing, you can actually hear the breaths between the sobs.
Okay.
Like someone is literally stopping to take a breath and then continuing.
Okay.
I'm going to cast light on my stick to make like a makeshift torch.
The room itself is bereft of people. You hear the sound appears to be coming from upstairs. There's a staircase towards the north of the room.
I'll cross the room and make my way upstairs, all the while saying greetings and trying to stay very chipper, not non-threatening at all. Hello?
Okay, so you sort of head up the stairs towards. Are the rest of you going, or is it just William?
I'm following.
Carrying up?
She's gonna follow as well.
Timus is also following.
Because yeah,
KENARI is.
carrying.
Yeah.
So you see, as you head up towards house, towards you basically see within the center. There are several rooms. There's a small hallway and several rooms. One towards the left, and a smaller doorway towards the right. The sound appears to be coming from the left-hand room, the master bedroom. The hallway is in a state of disrepair. But what you notice as you're walking down is that one of the rooms, the room towards the right, appears to be a much better.
Okay, I'll head towards the weeping. Still making myself heard.
Okay. There is, as you approach the doorway, the door is open, and you can see a woman of middle age. She is basically sitting sitting right in the center of the floor of this bedroom, and clutching what appears to be a damaged or a very strangely shaped doll to her chest. She is wailing and crying. She seems to have like almost no tears left. You know, she's been crying so long. Her lips are cracked, arched. Her eyes are very red and puffy, dark, straggly hair that is definitely in need of a good wash. She is wearing quite common clothing. She's got like a red robe around herself and a tan-colored hood pulled up over her dark hair. She's rocking back and forth, and she doesn't even seem to notice your presence.
Mary? I'm not gonna call her Mad
yes,
Mary.
Karen, old Mad Mary is what Karen called her.
You're cutting out. We aren't hearing any of it.
I'm not saying
Thing's
anything.
just
I'm just
crying.
crying.
Oh, okay, got it. Sorry, I thought you were like saying something. No, ignore me. Go,
All right,
go.
my crying is that good. It sounds like it's like talking.
I'll put my
You can just say the
wooden-
cats look worried when they heard me crying.
I'll put my wooden staff like imbued with light onto the ground and slowly make my way towards her,
She's
like kneeling down to her.
Where have you? Where have you? Where?
I'm William. Maybe
Who?
you just would like
She
to
looks
talk,
up at you. She looks over at you, and how are you speaking to? Like, how have you approached her?
I'm just like I put down my weapon and I'm kind of kneeling towards her on the ground and just like saying, "Hello," hands up, hands raised. Are you in need of assistance? I'm not the type of person that could ignore sounds of utter pain like this.
She's not. She's gone. She's gone. Why? Why is she gone? She's not here. I looked everywhere. She's not here.
Can I try to like turn, put her at ease? Who's gone?
My little Trudy. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where she's gone. She vanished. She's been gone a week. I don't know what to do.
How old is Trudy?
She's a young teenager. She's not. She's only in the first bloom of womanhood. And what am I supposed to do? She like reaches forward and clutches your robe around your sort of like your. Is it armor? Do you have a robe over your armor? I can't remember.
I'm wearing a. It is. I'm wearing chainmail over it, but I'll grab her hand.
And the doll that she was clutching is sort of tumbled out of her grasp. She takes you by the hand. She's tell me what to do. What am I supposed to do without my little tree? I don't know where she's going. She snuck out of the house. I haven't seen her for a week. I've been looking everywhere, knocked on every door.
Can I roll just an insight check and see if I sense any deception?
Yeah, do an insight if you want. Yeah, this is genuine grief. She's descended into an almost catatonic, not catatonic, an like unrelenting state of just mad grief. You can see it in her body language. There is no deception here. She is desperate for you as the only person who's approached her with any hint of kindness.
You say Trudy sneaks out?
No.
She's done this before?
This is Barovia. You can't sneak in out. No, I kept her safe. I kept her inside and safe.
I believe you.
She wanted to go out so many times, but I told her she can't. Have you seen what walks the streets of the city? Until a few nights ago, wolves, ghosts, the Walking Dead, clawing at the doors, battering the gates, wailing in the voices of our departed loved ones. No, I kept her safe. I kept her inside. I kept her safe until she was gone. How can I keep her safe if she's not here beside me? How can I be a mother? How can I call myself a mother? Just call.
Mary, this is not your fault. You've done nothing wrong. From what you've told me, you've kept young Trudy safe all these years.
I could have looked harder. I could have kept her door locked. I could have done something.
Would you like us to search for your daughter?
I don't know what to say. No one offered to help them with the cold, dead eyes. Even the Burgermeister. He's got his own problems. He did. Until a few days ago. Now, I think she's gone. I don't know. I found the left was her doll. It was left on her bed. She picks it up and passes it to you.
I take the doll and I pass it back behind me towards the group, and I just keep my attention focused on her and say, Mary, let's not lose hope now. Let's be strong for Trudy. Yes?
I wail and sob again. Please, look for her. Find her, bring her home if you can, and if you can't, you can find her body. At least then I can lay her to rest.
You have my word.
What?
Now tell me, Mary, the night Trudy went missing, was there anything off about the house? Was there windows open or...
Oh, no, not that I could tell. I mean, I've boarded up all the windows in this place. You can't open them from the inside.
Is that Trudy's room?
It's impossible.
On the other side of the hall.
Yes, I kept it the way she left it. She'll be home, one way or another. This is Barovia. She'll be home.
Mary, do you mind if we take a look through Trudy's room and see if we can't find any information to where she's gone?
You really will look for my daughter? You'll look for her, you'll bring her back to me?
I will try my hardest. You have my word.
And yes, you may enter her room. Disturb anything. Please leave it as I found it.
I wouldn't dare. I will, I want to hand her a good berry. Eat this, it'll make you feel better. And, keep your strength up. And come talk to you if we find anything of interest. And then, I just kind of stand up and, place my hand over my chest and give her and turn towards the room.
Okay. When he passed the doll back, KENARI, still holding Timus with one arm, would have taken it and tried to pull a scent from it. Yeah, we going full hound dog on this, fam. So now with tracking initiated, or we're in a city, that doesn't work. Dang.
No,
Son of a gun.
Sorry, being a ranger.
No! I'm useless. Okay. All right. Never mind. She looks at it. Can I roll anything on the doll? Is there any indication?
I mean,
it's okay. No, don't feel bad. No. I chose the class. It's fine. It's fine.
Sorry. I'm getting a lot of messages from people who have read through the module before, and so I get messages going, "I hate you," or "This is this," and the other. I'm sitting there going,
This is so filthy.
Yes,
I'm just doing the story, guys.
No, you are.
You
It's fine.
are.
Okay.
So I would say, I mean, you're not really. I mean,
Don't go making
you don't have
exceptions.
enhanced. I mean, you have your sense. Your sense of smell is not really any more developed than say. Well, it's a little bit more, maybe a little bit more developed than a human, but not enough to be a hound. You know,
That's fine.
Now, if you could transform into an animal like a druid, then you could use your enhanced senses. You don't.
Okay.
Oh, really? Are you sure about that?
Don't go making
Oh, God.
exceptions for me. All right.
No, I'm not making exceptions, but of course Timus is now or something.
Yeah.
I
have a thing. Let me look through the list.
But you're being a child at the moment.
I know. This is frustrating.
So anyway, where are we? Okay, so so the doll that you pass, when you look at the doll, because you'll be looking it over anyway, the doll is really bad. You know, this is like a malformed doll. It's got this really strange-looking, leering smile on its face. The dress is made out of like sackcloth. Okay, this is like a Raggedy Ann designed by Tim Burton.
Is it I will ask this. Is porcelain doll? Is it like a glass porcelain type doll, or is it a stuffed? It doesn't really matter either way, but
it is a proper doll. You know, it's like a proper. It is like a proper porcelain doll.
It could be used as a vessel, essentially.
It's basically it's wearing a sackcloth dress. And you can actually see on the hem of its dress is like this 6 words. Okay, it says, "Is no fun, is no Blinsky."
Is no fun, is no Blinsky?
Yep.
We can just write that down.
Is no fun, is no Blinsky.
Okay. All right. She's gonna.
There you go. Written down in the chat.
Okay. She is going to walk the doll. Did anybody else want to see it?
I think the Zara would have had a glance at it.
Okay. But did anybody else want to like look it over?
Perrin is looking at you like, I'm not.
Okay, she's gonna walk it back over and she's gonna set it down, still holding Timus, on. Wait, was she on the floor?
She's on the floor. She's still on the floor, and she started sobbing again.
Okay, she's gonna lay the doll back down gently, and so she's gonna crouch down, and she's going to say, "The only thing that you can do now is to not give up the hope, because if you give up the hope, then you don't have anything left." And she's gonna stand back up and she's gonna, carrying Tippus, walk out the door and go into the girls' room.
A slight hitch in her breath indicates she's heard you, but she's not actually engaging
listening
with you.
Got it.
Out of pure curiosity, so you're saying because of my current mental state, I shouldn't be able to. Are you saying I can't?
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying think about whether you would.
That's also the point. I know I wouldn't probably do an owl or something more. I'm thinking of something more cute, but still semi-useful. So let me look on what my options are here.
Okay. So while Timus is like staring at the doll, like for a moment he's like sort of staring, looking at his notes, looking up at the doll. The rest of you want to pop into the other room.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to check it out.
This other room is in a very different to the rest of the house. It's very clean, very neat. The bed has been turned down as if it's waiting for someone to come back and occupy it again. This is like the only room with any color. The room itself has sort of dyed in relatively natural colors, but whereas before the rest of the house is mainly sort of natural and browns and deep and sort of deep greens. In this, there's like hints of in this room. There's hints of blue, little bit, maybe a few sort of scarlet colored items. There's a small desk. The window, as you can see, the window of the room is barred, locked. There is like almost like a grill over the window. That has a very, very heavy lock attached to it. There is a small wardrobe. There is a carpet that seems in much better repair than the one downstairs, and a few small sort of like drawers for odds and ends. The room itself is quite neat and well looked after. The only thing that seems to be missing is an occupant.
Okay, I just want to cast Detect Magic real quick to see if I can pick up anything.
While
Also, if the doll is magic as well.
Okay. You cannot sense any magic coming from the doll. It just seems to be a very poorly made item. at least from your. Let me just check anything else I can add in there. 1 second.
Oh my, it's getting late.
No. It's I mean it's a doll. It seems like it's in bad taste. It looks like it was designed to be like a cute doll, but ended up looking like Chuck. It's got like very scary look to it, like after Chucky's gone evil. The smile looks more like a leer or a snarl. The eyes are kind of off center, like they're like in different heights as well. The hair is made out of like wool, out of yarn or something, and it is again. It looks. It's the wrong color, It's instead of like being a ginger, it looks also like more like blood red.
Got it.
The dress is just a piece of sackcloth, really. It's not magical in any way that you can see. The room itself, as well, is magic. You can't really sense any magic coming from it. Maybe if you got here a week earlier, you would have sensed something. But there's no active aura within the room.
All right, then I'll just do a quick perception. I also want to check and see if that lock has been picked, if I can tell.
KENARI is going to investigate, and she's going to look for any signs of a struggle.
Yeah, so Charon, Kitten has just messaged to say Charon is probably in there trying to help Mary. Probably not doing very well compared to like William basically sit there going, there, patting her on the shoulder, repeat, and when it doesn't work, there, you're supposed to feel better. There, not working. There. Basically, this is like going
Oh,
on.
no.
Timus is just watching Charon do his best. There.
I was gonna say
there was an
this is-
attempt.
I thought Tim in Kenari's arms.
Oh, I don't know. I thought Timus was watching the.
No,
That's
I
fine.
didn't pop out yet. I did not.
No.
I did not
So he's in the room with us.
Yeah.
I
It's just
apologize.
Charon and the Mary in the other room. Just occasionally we hear they're there.
There.
But can I roll investigation for a sign of struggle?
Yeah. So, looking around the room.
That's
Hello?
not my roll.
Can you hear me? Who did? Sorry. Sorry. Yes, I apologize. And Kenari did investigation. Kenari looks around the room quite ineffectively, I'm afraid. There's not an awful lot there. Timus, let me quickly do William, because he did the perception check. He looking around the room to see. So you did a perception check. What? Can you just remind me what you're exactly looking for exactly? Just so I know, because you're using your senses. You're looking through your eyes, your ears.
Anything out of the ordinary, and also I wanted to check that lock and see if it had been picked.
I think the lock would probably require an investigation check, not a perception check. That's more like using your senses, not looking at it like in detail. Like
Okay, got it.
Look at the clues. So first of all, your perception check, and you can do an investigation with the rest of them. Looking around the area, there don't really seem to be any signs. I mean, looking around, there doesn't seem to really be any signs of a struggle. It appears that the room has remained relatively untouched. There's a layer of dust on some things. Although the room is still neat and tidy, but it definitely looks like you can probably see that it probably has been a small effort to clean up. Maybe by Mary, or maybe by Trudy. You're not sure. But it does appear that there has been a small effort to clean up. You can't see a sign of struggle. As for the investigation, looking around the room, strange. There seem to be a few items lying around. There's not a diary, but a few sheets of paper. And one of them talks of strange dreams, saying that basically that they have been Trudy mentions that as of late her dreams have been disturbed, that have visitations in the night of weird individuals in her dreams that seem to haunt and stare at her.
Oh no.
In a dream, but nothing much more than that. She basically seems to. There's a lot of teenage complaining. You know, mum says I can't go out. I want to go out, but I can't leave. This is so unfair. Why can't I go out and play? Why can't I go out and go to the pub? Basically, as time goes on, then there's a really really crude drawing there's a really really crude drawing of Mary being carried off by a wolf, and the girl looks like she's celebrating from inside the house. It's just a little almost like a venting drawing, underneath a stick figure wolf dragging off a stick figure looking Mary, while stick figure looking Trudy is cheering. But other than that, writings, there seem to be a few strange things. So dreams don't seem to have been quite disturbed up to a few days before she disappeared. You can tell that because there's actually a small date printed on it. It seems to be about maybe a 10-day before she went missing.
Okay, so she was visited as well. All right, I don't think we're going to find anything else of value in here. We'll keep an eye on her. And I go say my farewell to Mary and reassure her that we will keep a a fast eye out, look for her daughter Trudy. And I'll try to put her at ease as much as I can before I leave.
Okay. You walk into the room. You see on a repeat. There. Calm down. She's not calming down. There. This is where you stop crying. This is where you stop crying if you're comforted. I'm comforting you. Working. Why isn't it working? Is she broken? I said they're there. There means I provide comfort, and the appropriate response is for her to stop crying.
Okay.
Perrin is like stuffing his hand in his mouth, laughing. Sort of like it's trying. I mean, it's getting maybe some nasty looks from you as the poor woman is wailing on the ground, but just cannot stop like looking at basically the weirdness of this just very strange individual. Pat around. So basically, this is not something that
I gesture him to leave.
Yeah.
And I say, I think you are right, Charon. She is broken. As I exit the room.
Oh no. I am concerned. I am very concerned. I'm very upset and concerned.
We'll keep an eye out for Trudy.
Thank you. You can sort of see. Oh, leave me to my grief. I can't. Oh, her remains.
Quick question.
I silently nod my head. Yeah.
About the previous thing about like with the ice cream, Xanny.
Yeah.
To just like cheer me up and cheer everyone else up, I would like to attempt to go like as we're like leaving the area. Could we try to go by like a general store to get the rest of the ingredients I need to make basic ice cream?
Well, if you want to go to the general store, the store is to the north.
Okay. Well, no, I just want. Do you think they would have like? Would that be the place to look?
It's not really like a building that sells like confectionery. If you want to buy like adventurers like dried meat strips and things like that, that's what they sell there.
Yeah, that's what I was more thinking. So I'm like, the things I need are sugar, cream, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Are you talking to the party or to me or?
I just wanting to know where in Barovia would. No, I probably should talk to the party. I'm gonna ask. Tim is gonna like hop over out of like KENARI's hands and just sort of like wiggle out of there and then and just sort of like walk hop over to I forgot his name again. God dang it, fiery friend.
Perrin to
Perrin like his pant leg a bit.
Sorry. Oh yeah, mate. What's up?
I'm just curious. Do you happen to know any place where we'd have any form of sugar, preferably just sugar and cream, where I can get those two things in a lot of excess?
Oh well, I'm sorry, it's not really my area. I suppose
you could possibly
ask you could possibly ask at the tavern where they get their ingredients. They might have some. Sell you or sugar. I don't really know. Sugar's quite a luxury, mate.
I know.
Normally you'd only find it in Richthofen. Maybe you might ask the Burgermeister's place. They might have some. I mean, he's the richest. He's the richest man in Barovia.
Let's go there then, because I think everyone here would really cheer up if they had ice cream. It's cool, it's sweet, and it's perfect for every occasion.
William quizzically looks and wonders if Timus has lost his mind.
Oh, great.
With the sobbing, maybe, no, never mind. Sorry, ignore me. I should have just muted. I should have had this conversation with myself on mute. Go for it.
Okay, let's make our way to the Burgermeister's ward.
Yeah, let's do
I
that.
will take your entire stock of sugarcane and cream.
Oh my.
Is him being shot? Is it like an effect of the?
It's an effect. It is an effect.
It's something going on that he has spoken to me about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're going to keep it down the down low for the moment. Why things are happening, but let's just say for the moment that may start exhibiting some different traits and behaviors.
This is when Timus asked the Burgermeister for the ingredients. I'll take your entire stock.
Burgermeister, not Burgermeister. He's not the Burgermaster. He's the Burgermeister.
Oh, this is great. I'm sorry.
So let's. It's like, what is it, Puffin Forrest when he's like, no, the Burgermeister. He makes the best burgers.
Oh no! Oh no!
Anyway, so
Burgermeister, let's go there.
Burgermeister, not the Burgermeister.
I've never heard that word before.
Burgermeister. A burg is like a city or a town. So the master of a city or a town. Burgermeister.
Exactly.
That's a German.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so I need to just check something before we move on, and then we can get moving. It take 2 seconds. 1 second. Here we go. All right. So as you step out into the center of the street, you step out into the center of the street again, outside old Mad Mary's place. You come across an empty street. There seems to be a familiar watching you. Some glaring at you. Some seem to be scared of you, or some just seem to be looking out the window, almost drooling. Just absolutely, just absently, just staring at you with no real interest or anything other than the fact you're providing some stimuli for them to focus upon. The streets are empty. Towards as you come out of the house, towards your left, you can see the Burgermeister's large mansion in the distance, and towards the north, you can see the old house, the hidden mansion that you live.
Let's get this over with.
Burgermeister. Yep.
Is this place pretty spooky looking? Yeah, no, well, aside from like general Barovia, I mean, like, is this extra spooky-er than normal Barovia? Because I'm getting a haunted house sort of vibes.
Oh, you mean the Burgermeister's place?
Yeah.
No. I mean, from what you can see from this, it looks like a large mansion.
Okay.
It's not like a large mansion with like lightning bolts and things.
Yeah. Okay. Just double checking.
It's just it's a large mansion. It's 2 stories. It's almost like a Tudor building effect. Very sort of white with black timber, and sort of a red tile roof.
Okay, good to know. Just wanted to know what I was looking at before I acted all spooky and scary skeleton-y.
Okay. Okay, so are you heading to you? So what's the plan? So President, what's the plan? Where are we going? You want to keep heading down towards the Burgermeister?
I have 2 things I want to ask him. A little bit thing I would like to potentially set up a ice cream shop and business place in here. Also, I want to find that girl because the mom seemed really sad, and I did not like that. That was sad. That was a really sad thing. I don't know, and I think maybe we can be friends with the girl. And it was like, I don't know. Well, I do want to make the ice cream shop, and I think we should focus on the girl. But if I could like secure the sugar and the cream, I could do the ice cream. But that's
KENARI slowly bend like cover his
Aaron
mouth
is
and hold him
completely and
again.
utterly overwhelmed by what you've just said. He's in there. He's just like turns to you, Zariel. And he goes, I think that the answer to that is 42.
Yes,
Oh,
I
I
think
get
that's
that
that.
reference.
Yeah, I get it too.
The
No,
answer
that was Timothy's
is
character. That was character. That was in character.
Looks very pleased with himself. So he says, "All right. Well, look, the only thing I warn you about, right, is just things have been a bit touch and go over the last couple of days. So when we head down towards the Burgermeister's place, let's keep an eye out. Yeah. All right.
Let's do this.
As you head down towards the Burgermeister's place, the mansion comes into better view. You notice that the mansion is very weary looking. It's sort of a bit. It does not look like it's in the best air. It's a very, but it does look like a very solid building. You can even probably see hints of pre-shattering architecture. It's surrounded by a rusty iron gate. A rusty iron fence. As you approach, you can see that the iron gates are actually twisted and torn, and have been sort of thrown to the ground before the entranceway. One of them is thrown to the ground towards the entranceway. The left one is like swinging lazily in the wind, and it's making a sort of as it's like opening and closing and banging with the consistent blowing of the wind. The grounds themselves are in a shocking state. Weeds are choking the very few plants that remain. And you can feel that it almost feels like they're sort of trying to consume the house. The grass and the plants are growing around a very, very tall house. Yet you can see around the walls that all the growth has been trampled down, making a path around this building. You can also see do a perception check for me, please.
Everyone?
Yep,
Everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
See what everyone sees.
Okay.
All right. So I think, and Charon has enough of a pass. Okay. All right. So you would also see that there's the trampled weeds all around the house have been. You can also pick out like a number of wolf paw prints and human footprints. Heavy claw marks have actually stripped a lot of these once beautiful designs and finish off the wall. So those lovely sort of dark timbers have been sort of ripped and stripped off the wall, as well as a few beautifully painted murals with a coat of arms emblazoned on the side have been all torn and damaged. You can see that there are a number of fires. There are a number of dark patches where a number of fires have been set else the mansion, and none of the windows actually have any glass left in them. The shards are all sort of scattering against the floor. Every single one of the windows has been barred up with planks. And you can see these same scratches and marks and stains have all sort of like been against these and have marked them and marred them. Also see perception. You hear several voices, and I need to here, which is I'm gonna as you come down towards. Yeah, this is the one. I need to bring you onto this map. Sorry, 1 second. It's not perfect. It's the best map I could find. I'm sorry. So as you sort of like head down onto this map down here, you're heading down towards the mansion. And sort of the mansion is just sort of past this way here. 2 figures step out from the darkness and confront you. They're both wearing long black cloaks and are clutching longbows in their hands. One has got his hand upon a dagger at his belt. So let's put some characters down here, please, just so I know where you are. Aaron will be on there. I can resize, don't worry. Aaron's going to be here. ZARRIEL here.
I'm a little. Yeah.
You can move yourself in a moment. That's fine. I'm just moving you around.
My character is a little big. That's just.
That's fine. I'll make you small. There you go. So you'll fit there. And William, here you go. You should fit in the squares. Timus is about the right size now. There you go. KENARI. Let me just check how you fit on the square. There you go. Okay, so you move yourselves around now. Get into the order that you want to be standing in.
Where are we currently? Where's the place? Where are the people at?
So I'm going to put the people down now. Just 1 second. The people will be stepping out. Yeah. I need to put. Yeah. Okay. You can also see. Another 2 figures have stepped out. Thank you. There's also another cloaked figure that steps forward and throws back his cloak to reveal a finer cut of clothing than the rest. He draws a sword, holds out in front of him, gesturing towards you. Halt. Who approaches my family home?
Hi, my name's Timus. I'm just looking to do a couple things.
Can I interrupt him instead? Sorry.
Yeah.
He's been covering his mouth.
KENARI lost her grip on his mouth because he wiggled, so she readjusts and covers his mouth again. Or did she? Well, I'll ask you, Bob. Was she able to pick you up?
I'm gonna just.
Okay.
At this point in time, since we're yeah.
Okay.
Potential danger. He's just gonna hop forward a bit towards the big guy with the sword. Maybe right here.
Just happened to the map.
There. Sorry, it's my fault.
I
had the map. I had to move it. Sorry, because it was on the right layer. I was picking up as a thing. So I've moved it to the map layer now. Sorry. Everything should be now okay.
Well, could Timus continue talking, or is anyone gonna?
Well, I don't know. William said he wants to interrupt you.
We are wayfarers, emissaries of. What is that place name?
Manather.
Manather. We were sent a letter.
Letter.
Yeah.
The letter has been sent from Barovia. In
from a caliphus.
Centuries even. Who are you?
Well, he's telling the truth.
Wait, do we have the letter? I'll show her the letter that we have.
Yeah. You can show him the letter.
Yes, I'll pull the letter out and step forward slowly and offer my outstretched hand to give him the letter. We were sent. You guys asked for help, and we came.
He looks at the letter that you provide him, and he goes, "No such letter was sent, to my knowledge." This is not my father's hand. I know
I
my
knew it.
father's
I
hand.
knew it was fishy. I knew it sounded. God dang it!
What is the way? What is this guild?
Oh,
Where is this man affair that you speak?
We cannot give you exact directions from our current situation. Yeah, I would let my friend continue.
Oh yeah, we were kind of teleported here, so we don't know where this is in location. To Barovia.
Wait, you came from beyond? You're not
Yeah, yes.
one of his, are you?
His.
who's?
Strahd's.
Oh yeah, the vampire, the vampire looking motherfucker who. Sorry, you would not say that. You would not say that. Sorry.
I was gonna say you don't know that.
I'd like to point out, Scott, you don't know any of this yet. So to be honest,
No, I knew he was a vampire, and the vampire was said in the letter, and Strahd keeps on getting mentioned. I think I can put two and two together.
Yeah, okay. You
Well,
hear a mention of a
we are
beast
not one of
and
Strahd's.
of terror called called Strahd. That's all you've heard.
Yeah, that's what I remember, and he was mentioned that vampire was in the letter as well when we found the zombies. So I didn't say anything, but I'm just saying he might have. Never mind.
It is true that my sister, well, assailed as of late, but she is not as it is not as it appears in this letter. We did not call her. My father would not bring others. This great evil has been ours to bear for centuries. The beast that preys upon my line is now my responsibility to deal with. And we are all that's left. Is all that's left of my family's retainers.
Oh,
You
to
will
be
not
honest, we
approach
were
the
just
mountain.
the forward party. We were sent here
Forward
to
There are more
we
of
were
you
sent here
coming.
to create a beacon. And we were sent here to create a beacon for others to come.
There is resistance coming from outside. An army?
A small
Suppose
force.
perhaps.
Oh God, we all talked at the same time.
A small one, perhaps.
It will not be enough. You don't know what we.
I gotta get back into Timus's voice. I'm gonna mute myself.
So
Could you not use our help?
Of course.
We are here for your assistance.
But the help that you could provide me will be far more immediate. I have to get my sister from within this city. It is not safe for her anymore. She is preyed upon by Strahd. East visits in her dreams and once or twice in person.
We've been visited as well. Dreams of
You are
plagues
doomed.
all.
can you provide us with more information?
Strahd is a
Out of
demon.
pure curiosity.
He is a. Oh well, Strahd is a demon, a terrifying figure who holds the whole of Barovia within his grasp. A vampire of no small power, and with plenty of underlings and people who look to him for protection and even revere him as a god.
Okay, that's interesting, but I have one more question. Our friend Piran here said that he wants your small church There was screaming. There was screaming coming from the down floor, like a son calling to his father, for he has not been fed. Do you know any of that?
We have no, not that I know of. We have not been away from protecting the perimeter of our place for many weeks now. It's only the last 3 days, 10 days. It's only been the last 3 days that the relentless assault has given way.
What assault are you speaking of?
The Walking Dead, the wolves that Strahd views through their eyes and controls their movements.
For what brought the end of this onslaught? Do you know what it is, or is just that simply stopped?
It is strange. Do not truly understand it. The house has been attacked night after night for weeks. It was only since our father died 3 days ago that the house stopped coming under attack. These few here are the last of our brave retainers. Help protect our town, but even they will not leave the protection of the grounds. You might be able to help. That I need to get my sister from this city.
Can we?
And
Yeah, I'm sorry. You've not properly met. I am William.
good
and we were
wife.
sent here to meet the Burgermite. Being that you're his living heir, I guess it's you who we have to
I am indeed
deal with.
the new Burgermeister, at least.
Burgermeister.
I mean, at least until I am confirmed, which is, to be completely honest, unlikely that anything else will happen. It's not as if the Barovian people are clamoring for change. But I digress. Would you care to accompany me, and I can provide you with wine and shelter while we talk about what you can do for me and what I can do for you?
That sounds
well.
lovely.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, Perrin's like, free grub? Oh, yeah. Karen's like, why
Out
would
of
we
pure
need
curiosity, or cream in your stores, I would like to do an experiment.
Well, I hope you understand that. Well, we
I will
normally
pay for it.
Well, indeed, you're more than welcome to pay for some of our supplies. But sugar is something that we rarely use these days. I believe there might be a small packet of it somewhere. It's wine that we tend to live off of here.
You guys haven't had ice cream, have you?
I have no clue what you're talking about, strange.
okay.
Okay.
And I just walk.
Somebody has to get him off his high.
Come and join me. We will walk back to my mansion and settle us with good wine while discuss the issues, how I may assist you, and as I said, I have for you that is of most grave importance.
Very well.
Do you know what root beer is?
follow
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go. Like I follow, but like every 5 seconds, I'm like hopping, and like I just hop next to the son and the Burgermeister. I'm like, do you know what root beer is? Do you know what candy is? Do you know what any of the sweets are? Like, do you know any food that's actually tasty and sweet? And just just asking repeatedly questions about like sweets and pastries and things like that. That are that is yeah.
Yeah, the man is just staying stoically quiet. Of your questions,
He is tough.
and is looking sort of over to. Is kind of looking over to the only two recognizably human individuals, which is Zal and William, who he kind of connects with a bit more because he's being isolated from a lot of the other races since.
No,
and is never seen. You can see him stealing sort of like curious glances over at KENARI and over at you and Charon. He knows Perrin. He probably knows Perrin slightly. He's seen him around the pub, see it once or twice. But still looking askance at the flaming hair, and that's basically Perrin has a little habit where he sort of like I always think it's a bit like flicking a lighter on and off. He clicks and his thumb lights up, and then it disappears, and he clicks again. Just a nervous habit he has. Anyway, so you are going to head into the Burgermeister's mansion, and as you reach the Burgermeister's mansion, the individual reaches forward and gives a very specific knock onto the door. It sounds almost like the beginning of a tune. Maybe a childhood tune or a probably nothing you've ever heard of before, and the answering pattern comes from within. The door opened slightly, and from within you can see just a hint of a face. A bright emerald orb regards you with suspicion. And then closes the door after seeing the young man in front of her, and you hear basically the sound of like several like chains and bars being different parts of the door. The door opens, and yes, within you see a young woman. She is in her sort of late teens, early 20s. She has long, flowing scarlet hair, and is wearing what appears to be a suit of armor. Not full armor, it's more sort of like large sword at her back, and looks at you and looks over at you and askins. Roll a history check for me, all of you.
Dimas.
I'm working on it. Give me a moment.
Not advantage,
9-6.
Okay.
Dude.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to all. Her face looks very familiar. Her eyes sort of light up at seeing the young man in front of her, and then she looks over at the rest of the party, and she sort of clasps him on the shoulder, looks past you, and sort of looks down at you all with sort of a quizzical air, particularly her eyes on Timus, Perrin, and Charon, and KENARI. She looks over at you, Zariel. And you sort of see a sort of a hint of. She sees you as a fellow human. She sees you as someone who seems to maybe sense that you have some sort of connection to a positive deity. Maybe not. Maybe her eyes don't like I've noticed like a fellow devotee or anything, but she definitely has an air of. She definitely notes that there is something about you. William, she looks upon you and your mask, and sort of gives you a quizzical cock of the eyebrow, very takes her hand, which has been sort of almost like reaching for the back of her sword away, puts down her side, places her hands on her hips, looks down at the man and says, "Well, you've been far too long, brother. You deep in your cups again?" The man sort of looks at her and says, "Dearest Irina, please forgive me for my answers, but I needed a trip into town. It's been so very long since we've been able to walk freely. Oh, she sort of gives him a across the shoulder and sort of, get inside, all of you. Inside. Welcome to my home. You all. Welcome. My name is Arina. Arina Koljanovic. My name is Arina Koljanovic. Welcome to our home. I'm afraid it's not in the best repair, and you've caught us at a bad time. Be welcome, and these walls. She steps back, and just as she steps back into the shadows, you notice where you noticed her from. You've seen that face before upon the roof of
I
the
knew
building.
it. I knew it.
And we're going to end our session there today.
Yay! All right,
Yay.
I would stay in chat, but I literally have to run.
Okay,
Same.
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Before I run those, then, did you get my messages?
I did. 1 second. I really did. Let me just end the session here quickly. Here we go. And